Hello, hello. Howdy, howdy. Hope everyone's doing well. Today's Saturday. I'm gonna paint some bridges today. Last stream we added a location to the map. This is what I did. Here, let me find it. Where is it? It's not this, is it? No, it's not that. Gosh, I've already lost my art. Oh, it's this. It was in the, okay, wrong folder. But anyway, this location we've added to the map. This is now our map. It's a little bit better. It's still very blocky. Whoops. It's still very blocky. What's going on with my brush? What's happening? But I think it's enough to where like it kind of sort of looks like the thing it's supposed to. Anyway, I kind of like it. But I figured I want to paint some like areas like land, or not necessarily land bridges, just bridges. Maybe here, maybe a giant bridge, maybe here. I don't know. I'm not gonna paint them on this map, but I'm gonna paint them as just like a painting, you know, like this, except not that. So yeah, that's my plan for today. Hey yo, hope it's going well. How did the TFT tournament go? Not great. So the very first game I actually won complete. Like, not only just did I top, because I only had a top 4, but I actually won the whole lobby. But second round I went out. So there was technically there was 2 rounds, and then there was like a point system, and so you had to the bottom 4th each round would be eliminated. I technically made it to the elimination, like the point round, which is honestly better than I thought I would do. But I only made it there because there was like not quite enough people. So the way the tournament worked. Okay, for those who don't know what Skittles talking about, I competed in a Teamfight Tactics tournament, and so the way it works, because it's an 8 versus 8 lobby. Or because the game is not 8 versus 8 free for all, what they do is there's like 8 players, right? Is that 8? Or yeah, that's 8. So what they do is like they assign typically you don't just play one game because there's randomness involved. So like getting first versus getting second might literally be just like a coin flip sometimes, or like getting third versus fourth could be a bit. So what they tend to do is they tend to assign everybody points based on the place that you get. So like if you get first, you'll get 8 points. If you get last, you'll get 1 point, or maybe 0. I don't know. I don't quite know how it works. But anyway, you get some amount of points, and then after like so many rounds, after they sort of ramp up, then they start eliminating people. So they'll give you like 3 sort of initial games, and then at the end of the 3rd game, the lowest points will be eliminated. And then they play another game, and maybe you're right on the margin, and you have to do better than, maybe you literally have to get first in your next game to not be eliminated. But then basically, if you do a couple of really good early games, you can kind of bank some points, and you can pretty much coast. But the first couple rounds in this tournament, though, weren't point rounds. They were basically just the top half versus bottom half. And so anyway. But yeah, no, I didn't do super well, but it was fun. Like, I didn't make it to the top, Technically, I made it to the top 32. But not into the, Anyway, it was fun. It was a good time. I've never done anything like it before, so I wasn't really sure what I was, what I was in for. But yeah, it was good fun. Okay, I'm gonna paint some bridges. That's what I've decided. I even found some references today. I'm not gonna paint the references. These are just like iconic, or not. They were just the Wikipedia examples of bridges. Oh, also I have a webcam. Okay, that's turned on. But I have these, so like just basically just your standard. This is a suspension bridge, and this is also a suspension bridge, I think. They're both suspension. But anyway, I'm not necessarily going to paint the suspension bridge, just a bridge. I can design it however I want. It's going to be fantasy. But I do think I was actually looking at some art. I literally typed in. I'm going to do it again because I don't have the references. But MTG bridges, or bridge. MTG, just to see, because like there are cards that have bridges in them for Magic the Gathering. So there's like, you know, here's a bridge card. And I've noticed, and I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but a lot of the time, even when I'm not a huge fan of like this particular location, because certain style guides or whatever, um, a lot of most of the bridges to show, I don't, maybe it's just they want to show scale, so they do it from below, which kind of makes sense, right? If you want to show something really large, show it from a low angle. But I've just noticed that like every fantasy bridge is like low angle bridge. Because I was trying to think of like how do I show, I mean, not all of them. Some of them, like here's a Magic the Gathering bridge. But like this is a good example where it's kind of hard to see like how far up you are. It feels a lot smaller. It feels like it's just a tiny little footbridge. So yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it, but I'll probably sketch some from below because it does make sense. So yeah. But yeah, apparently, so for the Teamfight Tactics tournament, because I've never done them before, and they apparently that the thing, like the tournament that I joined, they do it weekly, every Thursday, except in this set, this was the last Thursday because of reasons, but which kind of sucks. I would like to do more. Um, they will eventually have them again, but yeah, no, it was a lot of fun for like low level, you know, I think so like because it was an open tournament and the first couple games were just elimination things like top half versus bottom half move on kind of thing. Um I was playing against some really bad players at first. But even just already like in the second game, suddenly you like in the first game I think I was the highest like ranked player and there was like one other person who was master rated, which is just like not even amazing. But in my but by the time I got to the last game that I played, everybody was good. So it's just like immediately the good players made it, the bad players didn't. And I don't know if I was just in an easy lobby at first or what. I don't know how they sorted them. I think it was just random at first. So maybe I was in an easy lobby, which is why I won the first one. But yeah, it was something. Although, in fairness, I was like, I should have made it the next game. But anyway. Okay, so bridges. I'm thinking, because I want a bridge that spans this, right? Or this. This is what I'm thinking. These two areas. I want them to be, like, from this city, right? So, or, there could even be something like this, where you have, like, a whole bunch of bridges. But I don't really get this one. This one wouldn't make a lot of sense. We could do something like this where it goes to this city because this is like a city we've made, and so this would be a bridge from one city to the next, which would make sense. Right now making a bridge from here to here doesn't make a lot of sense because we don't even have anything over here. Actually, we do. We have a farmland, so maybe it's like tractors and stuff. But I'm thinking something like that, and it's gonna be, I don't know, just like a big epic fantasy bridge, maybe with magical stuff. I don't know. I haven't really decided how I want to do it. Patman, hello. And Skittle, of course, thank you for the stream streak. The 5 stream streak. That's a lot. Kind of. It's kind of a lot. I don't know. It feels like a lot. I guess it's not that many. What was I going to do? Oh, I need to open up the proper chat so I can read if anybody says hello on YouTube. If anyone's saying hi on YouTube, hello. It'll be just a second. I have to open up my chat window. Oh man. I don't know why. I feel like I've been out of it with streaming. I've been just not doing a great job. Okay, so maybe this bridge will be just like this. We'll go like that. This one's from above. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Still loading up the other chat. I know that heat has been making me feel rather bleh in the brain lately. Yeah. Dude, okay, so... Also, Skittle, do you have an AC yet? Because I feel bad for everybody, like, in that side of the world, because you guys are having a crazy heat wave. I don't know how you're surviving, but good luck. I wish you the best. Yeah, the heat hasn't been too bad for me. Although not funny, it's annoying. I didn't have water this morning. My water was shut off. Not because, like, it wasn't just my water, but it was, like, the whole building's water. Technically, it was last night. And I got a text. So, I work at night, right? So, I didn't have water before going to work. So I had to go to work kind of stinky. But I work on my own, so it's not a big deal. But it was that we got a text, or I assume everybody in the building. Well, something went wrong in our basement area, I guess. And the text was very just like vague. It's like, disaster disaster in the basement or something. We won't have water for a couple of days, is what it said. And I was like, okay, that's inconvenient to say the least. And then like 30 minutes later, it's like there should, we will be able to turn on water in the morning. And then that was it. That's all it said. Okay, does that mean like momentarily turn on in the morning and then back off again? And then it also like there's water in the lobby or something, so like if people need to drink stuff. I'm like, I still don't know if the water's going to be like temporarily turned on and before it turns back off again, is like giving us a warning this time. I don't actually know. So I had water when stream started, but for all I know, I'm not going to have water when the stream's over. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it gets resolved soon. I think it might already be, but Joe, why are you so stanky? I did shower. I managed to shower, but after I got back from work. Okay, so I'm gonna paint a bridge, or a couple bridges. But I'm thinking of different kinds of bridges. So maybe the first bridge will be... I'm just blocking in some shapes. In fact, I should probably block in like black and white. But yeah, the communication was a little bit not good for the apartment building, and the knowing when the water, because like if you're gonna change the plans from we won't have water for a couple of days to I'm gonna turn the water on in the morning, makes it sound like instead of saying, oh, just kidding, we are gonna have water and it'll be back in the morning, it won't be a couple of days after all. There was no clarification, and maybe I'm just too literal, but when you completely change your plans and you don't make it known that like the plans are changing, you just add to it, I'm assuming it's like an exception clause, kind of like you won't have water for a few days, but you will have it for a brief period in the morning, right? Or you will have it in the morning, which kind of makes it sound like get your stuff done, but there wasn't any like clarification. So I don't know if it was like a correction or anyway, I'm hoping that we do have water, but I made sure to fill up some water bottles and my kettle. It's completely full, so now I can still have water if my water goes out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All I know is at least people are working on it, so. But yeah, I'm just thinking I'm gonna draw some bridges. And then I'm gonna fantasize them, that's not the right word. I'm gonna turn them into fantasy-ish them. I'm gonna turn them into fantasy by adding stuff. Kind of like how you might turn something sci-fi by adding lots of, glowing lights and weird fantasy looking things. That's kind of what I'm gonna do. Except I'm gonna do that with sci-fi. Or with fantasy, not sci-fi. But right now I'm drawing directly from a reference. Just to get some black and white forms down. I'm pretty certain I'm not gonna draw a bridge from this angle. I'm just doing this right now to kind of, in part, I guess, kind of like structure type stuff. This doesn't look very good. Will you be dehydrated? How long do you get? No, I have water to drink. I have things to drink. I won't be dehydrated. My main concern would be like toilets, like flushing the toilets and showering, which, I guess I could just be extremely stinky for a few days, but no, if my water was actually shut off for a few days, I would just go to my mom's house or to my brother's house or literally anywhere. Just go behind the bush. I mean, yeah, I suppose if I absolutely had to, they wouldn't come to that though, because I would just, go somewhere else where they have water. Also, I could just go to my work, which would be kind of weird, but, if I needed to. Like, I did brush my teeth at work today because I wanted to brush my teeth and I didn't have water, so I just took my toothbrush to work and went in the bathroom and brushed my teeth. Which some people do that anyway. I don't normally do that at work because I don't normally eat at work, but some people do. Just take a mint, everything's fine. Your office has a shower. That's kind of... I don't know if that's weird or... What am I doing? I feel like I've forgotten how to paint. Doesn't look like a bridge. That's okay. I don't need to be speedy. Sometimes painting's slow. It's a slow build-up process. You don't just start painting exactly what you want to paint always, and it doesn't always have to look great at the start. You've never seen anyone use it, but the bathroom just has a shower next door. Keep forgetting to ask if anyone used it. Not as weird as the bathroom at your old office has a bathtub. Yeah, I don't know if I would want... Like, why would you shower at work? Like, maybe... I don't know. I guess in some ways it would be nice if you knew... Oh, this needs this area. That's what I'm missing. I'm like, what? Okay. I don't know. I mean, I could see it actually if it were like a culturally acceptable thing to have like a shower in your office or at your building or whatever. Then you could incentivize people to like bike to work or jog to work, because like, a lot of people probably would not even consider like riding their bike to work if it was very far, like especially in like the heat, because they'd be all sweaty when they get to work, and then they'd be like have to just be gross and sweaty all day or something and in their office. Like, I just feel like a lot of people wouldn't even bother in the US because you wouldn't have the facilities set up to like, I don't know, whereas if you had a shower at work, I feel like it would be, and if it were socially like acceptable to use it, I feel like a lot of places would have them, but then you wouldn't actually use them because no other place has them, and so people would feel weird to be the one person showering at work. I don't know. I feel like, but if enough people did it, then it would like, there'd be like a critical mass of people who would make it the norm. I don't know. I could see it being a good thing or like a useful thing. But I feel like in the US, like if my work just randomly had a shower, no one would use it. Because no, there, yeah, it would, I don't know how long it would take before someone does. You walk to work and you're sweaty at work. Yeah, I mean, if it's a hot day and even if you just walk to work, yeah, you'll get all sweaty and it's kind of, it would be kind of nice if there was like, at least I mean, I guess you can always kind of wash up a little bit, but yeah. Okay. This is starting to look like a bridge, kinda. If you didn't know what this is, would you know it's a bridge? I mean, if you did, yeah, if I didn't tell you what it was, would you know it's a bridge? I don't know if you would, honestly. Like, I genuinely don't know if this would read. That's one of the weird things about painting is that because you know what it is, or like because I know what it is when I'm painting it, I can see the bridge shape that I'm trying to paint. But if you don't know what it is, then it's like you may not know what each part is because you didn't try to paint it. I think it reads. But I'm not trying to go super detailed or anything. Just enough. Also, should probably put this part over here. Big shapes. There, that's a bridge. I've made it. I've done it. Okay. Is it great? No. But it works. It's manageable. Now, the question is, does it look enough like a bridge? Like if okay, let's play around. What about playing around with scale and sizes and shapes? I think what I don't have is like enough interesting shapes like overlapping. And obviously the perspective here is just very, it's not measured or anything because it's not, I probably should have been more intentional, but I don't know. Sometimes with stuff like this, I don't feel like I need to be super careful with perspective because that's not the point of the image. Like, it's not going to stay. Like, it's never going to be the image that I paint on, if that makes sense. But it's probably just good practice to have good perspective anyway. Okay, let's try something different. This time I'm going to just make it up as I go. I think I want to do from below. I think I want to paint an image of a bridge from below. Because bridges from below... Well, do I? I think I do. Because, so if I do a bridge from below, I should have the ground, like, here, right? So, like, this would be the water. And that, I think that would be the benefit of this, right? Is having a bridge from below isn't just showing that the bridge is large, but then you can show that there's water and ground. And so something like this, like if I have, for example, pillars here that stick up, and then more pillars back here on the shoreline. Right. Now, just already, just from doing something like this, you can already see, like, oh, it's a bridge, right? And I feel like that's a lot easier. And then whatever shape I want it to be, right? Like, that's already better. The only downside is that if you wanted it to show, like, you know, people marching across, or like, you know, industry, like vehicles and cows, or you know, horse riders or camel riders going across the bridge, that's going to be hard to show it. But this does show scale, which is nice. I mean, it doesn't look great right now, but in my head, I can tell what it's gonna be. This would be the support structures. This would be the water. Maybe this will be the shadow. Something in the background here. I don't know. Boats sailing through here. I mean, this is starting to make it look pretty epic, I feel like. The scale here is already... Like, doesn't this already feel much more... I don't know. I feel like it feels more something. More interesting. We have boats down here or something. And I realize I'm painting in black and white, and that's not very exciting. But I will add color. Or at least I'll work in color in a bit. These are kind of my initial sketches. Maybe this one, maybe these are like rocky shores or something. That'd be kind of fun. Perilous bridge. But I do think working in black and white like this is nice. Now, do I want it to be like this? Not really. I don't think I want it just to be spiky or anything. Even though that's what I'm drawing right now. I feel like that's lazy. I think having more structure to it would be nice. It's also harder to draw, in my opinion. I think organic stuff you can get away with a lot more, whereas when it's structure, it's like, oh, now everything needs to be symmetrical, and there needs to be proper depth and everything. Like, there's not as much left to the imagination. Some shadows underneath it. Those dark areas. I don't know. Does this feel like an important bridge? I don't think I want... We could do some sort of bridge, like, with a central spire and sort of, like, something like that. Could also have, like, statues up here. That feels very, like... What's the word? Like, I don't know, like, if you had, like, a regime or something that is very, like, dictatorial, or like, you know, they put statues of the leaders everywhere, and like, you know, you bow to the supreme leader kind of thing where their face is plastered. I feel like, but that's actually not, I don't know why I have that association with like statues and stuff, because like when you go to like Europe, there's just like in some cities there's like lots of statues, because you have like the like gothic old timey, just lots of like marble and different types of carved statues, and like that was like a thing. People made statues back in the day, lots of sculptors. But like in the US you don't really see that. So when I think of big statues and stuff, I always think of like it has to represent, I don't know, like it's weird that I have that association. But I guess on bridges and stuff and big works where like the entire thing is that, maybe that's different than just like statues adorning a building, for example. Like, I guess when you have something this large, it does feel like that. But if they're just like little statues on the side, just like adorning a thing, it doesn't feel as bad. That feels more gothic architecture. So maybe that's the difference, is like massive, massive, what do you call it? Statues versus like adornments. Because I think the adornments don't make it feel like a weird, like North Korean, you know, worship your leader kind of vibe. It feels more just like, hey, look at our embellishments and all these fancy little details that our artisans put in our buildings. Like that feels more like a celebration of art rather than, you know, here's one giant character, you know, giant figure standing at the front of the bridge that everybody passes through the underneath or whatever. Like that starts to feel a little weird to me. Right? Like if you had a big statue. Hey, how's it going, Celestia and IOF? How's it going? Yeah, like if you had a big statue here or something, like at the head of the bridge, that's when it starts feeling strange to me. Right? But I think just having them on the sides isn't a big deal. I don't know, it's funny how like a simple architectural change like that, like a big, it can completely change the mood. At least for me, like my sort of internal imagery or whatever you want to call it. The like when I think of like some authoritarian government sort of, you know, building monuments in its leader's name, it definitely gives me like the oversized statue that's like not just, but like one statue, right? Not a dozen, just like a big main one. And I don't want that vibe. I'm really looking to, but it's easy to accidentally do that when you're used to drawing big epic stuff. So maybe we'll try some different stuff. Maybe over here is the big mountains. So I'm working on every time I do a painting, I sort of add it to the map. Not every time, but most of the times. And we could be drawing a bridge from this area to here. And if I do that, there would be mountains, right? These very jagged peaked mountains over here. And not only would they be jagged peaked mountains, they'd be jagged peaked mountains with light on them, which would be kind of cool. So we could do something like this. And then these could have the light. That look right? Maybe. That'd be kind of fun. So giant mountains over here. I mean, that would certainly be a striking image. And it would be consistent. Although it might make a strong focal point. And this would be in shadow. Now, what would be over here? I don't know. I guess nothing. Just a horizon. Let's try that. Let's play around with values here. Let's do a quick iteration. Because if I want this to be in light, right? If these are in light, then I need to make other stuff darker, right? I can't just make them light because then they blend the background. But I could make the background a little darker. that. That way this will feel more like light. Light up here. I mean, that's pretty intense. I kind of like it. Not bad. Mountain peaks off in the distance. And of course, this needs to be... This is water, right? You're not going to be able to see much here, but that's okay. I mean, I do like the scale of it. It's pretty intense. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Today's kind of going to be maybe not a weird stream, but it's sort of it's going to be a slower stream for me. Maybe not slower, actually. Maybe that's not true at all. I don't know. But I am hoping to, like, do some fun ideation on bridges. Mostly I'm going to paint different bridges today. Try to fantasy-ish them up. Right now they're not very fantasy, but maybe we'll push the boundaries. Some floating island bridges or something. Sometimes just taking something like this and allowing myself to paint directly on top of it. Like, what if I brought these out here? Added little thingies. Like, I'm just making this darker and darker as I go. It'll probably look worse before it looks better. But isn't that how it always works with painting? I'm just drawing some perspective lines directly on this. So I don't know what's going on with the music, by the way. Maybe there's some buildings here. Maybe these towers, maybe there's little roofs on here. That'd be fun. Little buildings. They could be... In fact, we could even have, yeah, little, like, guard stations or something on here. I feel like there's gotta be buildings like this in real life. Almost like Tudor home type things, where you have, like, the Tudor architecture is like this. You often see those, you know, all those crossbred bars and, I don't know, those support structures. Actually, a lot of times it's not like that. It's oftentimes you have vertical slabs and then they're connected this way. I don't know if I want these to look Tudor or not. Probably not. But I like this messy style of drawing. It's very, very rough. Just blocking in things. Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible. Don't know if I love it. But it's starting to get into the fantasy realm where it's like, because I'm the one designing it, and it could definitely end up being Like, we could start doing stuff to it, right? Like, we could start designing these different ways. What if they were entire cities on a bridge? I'm just adding the light back here just so I can silhouette it. No real other reason. Maybe these are in front. Then maybe there's undersides here. I find just adding little, not details so much, but more just like form structures like this is already doing so much for this image. This also could probably go like that. I mean, you know, maybe it helps that it's just super dark and not clear, but I feel like something like this is already, I don't know, I'm liking it. Don't know if I like the big mountain in the background though. Hello, Lakeson, how's it going? Sorry for the slow response. I wasn't looking at the right screen. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I mean, it's not really the vibe that I'm going for. And so now let's see. What the question that follows that statement, if it not being the right vibe, is what is the right vibe? I think the right vibe is meshing with this. So big, chunky stones. So like white stones. A bit of greenery. I want there to be some greenery in it. Obviously, I'm painting in black and white right now, so the greenery is irrelevant. But it could be, you know... I mean, this could be... Maybe if I got rid of these, like, these support structures. Okay, let's do that. Let's do another iteration. Copy, paste. Actually, you know what? Nah, we don't... Should I do color? Sure, let's do color. Nah, no, not yet. Let's hold off for a second. But yeah, so maybe if I get rid of these support structures, that way they could be like stone instead of wood or whatever it kind of implied that they were. Big chunky stone. If this is chunky stone, maybe they're... No. We could have things like foliage. I actually like the idea, very Hanging Gardens-esque, where you have... Ooh, I have an idea. Thinking like a torch, almost like a lighthouse. But then up here would be like gardens. So you'd have like... I mean, it's hard to tell. Maybe the dark stuff will be the trees. But these would be like trees. And then the light stuff would be like some sort of stone or something. So you'd have like trees silhouetting stuff. And so you'd have these like green structures. Ooh, I'm liking this. Because this would show off the like the like the architectural marvel kind of, right? Like this makes it feel like interesting. It makes it feel more I don't know, like special. It's not, it doesn't feel imposing because it has that greenery and nature, right? But it also feels like it's a bridge that is used kind of like it's, I don't know, maybe a little bit overgrown. It's older. It's not so something. I don't know. I like that, actually. and some trees up here. But yeah, I'm mostly trying to get the right vibe. I want it to feel with like large stone, lots of brickwork, big slabs of stone, massive rocks that have to have been moved, because it makes it feel more like a capital city kind of thing where, it's a marvel that like these things were constructed without good tech or, kind of like how like the, when we think of like the pyramids, right? It's like, oh, they're these giant stone constructions before people had, massive equipment. Whereas like if you're building something like the first version I did like this, right? This doesn't feel as impressive because like it has like the wood things and it makes it feel like, I mean, it's still pretty impressive, I guess, but it doesn't quite feel the same. This feels more massive. And also I want the greenery, so yeah, there'll be some trees. Don't know what these are going to be. Maybe these are little houses, but maybe there's some different colors and stuff in here. Just lots of little house shapes. I'm just trying to do some silhouettes of buildings, kind of. Nothing in particular. Maybe the rich people live there. They live on the bridge. I don't know why you'd want to live there, but... And then maybe down here, there are forested areas or something. Hey, Drepzilla, how's it going? I'm starting in black and white today. Doing some iterative... I've already done some iterations. I've been cruising today, I feel like. Started out with a sketch from a reference, this one, and then I pivoted into just making up because I like the direction. But then I'm doing some iterations, and now I'm settling on something that I'm liking. Maybe some trees down here. Because if we're doing... I'm thinking about making a bridge area. Either from here, or here. Or here... Probably not here. Here, I don't know. Some sort of bridge area. Just a massive bridge that's going to connect, presumably two places. This has a city, so that's kind of... It could very well be this. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's also why I put these bright things in the distance. Because you have the bright snow... Have I seen Game of Thrones? Yeah, most of it. Some of it. I think the first 5 seasons. I don't think I've seen after season 5. I don't even know what season 5 was. I don't know where I left off. But I have seen some amount of seasons. I want to say more than 4, but I don't know for sure. But yes, I have... I mean, I'm going to say I've seen it, but not in its... If you're talking about story, then no, I haven't seen it. Or, yeah, like if we're talking about the whole story. If we're talking about aesthetic, then yes, I have seen it. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen a giant bridge like this in Game of Thrones. Is there like a bridge city? Bridge city Game of Thrones. Let's just Google that. I don't know. Surely it'll know. This? That's kind of cool. Is that what you're talking about? I like that. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's... Yeah, it's similar, I guess. I mean, in some ways, that is the vibe I'm going for, right? Maybe not. This is a little more like shantytown vibe and like cobbled together. But like this in the background, that... Like, I do like that. Like the greenery and stuff. It's not just like... It makes it look old and lived in, right? There's greenery, there's stuff growing. It's not just like this pristine thing. And I do like that. Ooh, this is a real place. Look at this. This is not the Game of Thrones one. Although apparently they said they shot Netflix shoots 7 dials. Wait, that's not how you spell dials. No, it is. Dials in Rhonda. A mystery series starring Game of Thrones actor uh, Lane Glenn. So apparently there's some. Look at this bridge though. That's cool. I don't know what that has to do with Game of Thrones, but that's pretty neat. I like how far down it goes and that we're on like the top of an area. That's a cool image. Um, but yeah, bridges are kind of neat just because they're functional architecture, but the function is super simple, and so there's a lot of freedom to like go crazy as long as it can support, you know, people or whatever you're trying to support. I feel like there's a lot of wiggle room. Would love to walk across that bridge. This one, yeah, this one's kind of neat. Starlick, how's it going? Kind of like what you did. What? This is kind of like what I did? Kinda. See, this is funny because I don't normally think of like of all the like images that I found of bridges of like epic scale. You typically don't see them from above, but I do like that they're from above and seeing these long support structures. It really emphasizes just how like high up it is, which is kind of neat. But these also make it feel a bit massive. I don't know what I like. But yeah, Starlight, hope you're doing well. How's your day? And Druff, did I ask you how your day's going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think this I do like the massive scale. Also, if you look here, these have like a lot of little grooves and bumps and stuff of like the architecture. I don't know why it's designed this way, but I like it. I like these little embellishments. I assume there's a structure in here that you can walk inside of. I don't. I don't know. Do you guys think there's structure all the way down here, or do you think it's more like the top and these are mostly supports? I feel like it'd be a lot of wasted space not to make it be walkable inside for like repairs and stuff. But maybe not when you have big structures like this that just go to the ground. At some point you just have to build up. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna put that much brick, you might as well, if it's not solid, assuming it's not, like, well, you might as well use that space. But anyway, I like these little. Part of me thinks that the room probably starts here. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's like they built around the naturally occurring rock. I part of me thinks that the buildings themselves, like any of the rooms inside, would start about here and here, right? Like it kind of be most of this would be structural, and then you have all this stuff on top, basically where all the fancy stuff is. Because obviously there's rooms inside, right? Like you can see a little doorway here, but I'm just thinking like, you know, is there like a spiral staircase that goes down to the bottom? I mean, maybe there's a ladder or something. Who knows? But it's kind of cool. But yeah, I do like that. It's neat. And I like the idea of differing elevation, which is something that I hadn't really thought too much of. But like, what if this is rocks or something, and this is sitting on the rock, and then this one is sitting on the rock, but the rock base is down lower? Or like, what if the rock is, this shape and it's, you know, only this corner is built in it, which, you know, that could be kind of neat, where you're just building into the form. I mean, that's kind of how this is, right? And there could be greenery all around. Thanks, you're good. You're doing great. Oh, that's good to hear. Happy to hear it. Is anyone doing any art lately? But yeah, I like this building. Okay, let's do one more. I'm liking this. Now, the question is, do I start over or do I... Nah, we can start over. What if, on this one, we have a giant hill in the middle? Just trying to think graphically here. And then our giant hill has a hole in the middle. Although we can't really see that. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing around, hoping that something pops into my head. I'm already pretty happy with this, and I think I could just start painting on it, and I would be pretty okay. I think it kind of fits the vibe of this, where you have these stones, you know, these large structures. Although these have big arches, which this one doesn't have arches. Maybe some of these have broken arches, kind of like the other one. I mean, I guess it could here, right? These could be the arches. I don't know. Maybe this one will have that. Oh, that's not going to look like a bridge then. Trying to get some perspective going on. Let's go like that. Trying to figure out what perspective I want to draw this in. I think something like this. Having a bridge go through an arch. Oh, that's not what I was thinking. But yeah, that could work. I wasn't thinking have a bridge go through an arch that's separate from the bridge. Oh no, I was thinking this was going to be a bridge going through like a mountain type thing. What is happening? Why can't I paint here? Yeah, no, I was thinking I was just going to have a regular bridge go through like a little central mountain column thing. So like you'd have a little piece of land here. Maybe there's water down here. I'm just going to put white down here. And then it wasn't going to go through it, but it would be like built onto it. It's like top of the bridge here, top of the bridge here. But I do like the idea. That'd be kind of fun to have a bridge that goes through it. I don't know why that would be functional over just like connecting it to the sturdy surface. Because like, you know, generally speaking, if you had a literal rock in the ground, right, you would just build it to the rock because that would be sturdy, and that's like the whole point of a bridge, is to like build a structure that's gonna support things as you like, you know. I feel like you'd be an idiot and of an engineer to not use it unless you maybe it tilted or something. I could see something, you know those bobble dolls or whatever you call them, where they're shaped like this, and then you can knock them over and then they stand back up because they're like bottom heavy. And so if you knock them over, they'll wobble back up. You know those things? Maybe this big island is like that, where it's kind of just like wobbling and it sways from time to time. And so they built it through it and it will wobble around. So like it has a wiggle room of like it'll lean to the side or that side, but there's a little bit of area on the side where like the bridge goes through it, you know? Does that make sense? I mean, it's a silly idea, but if you had, I mean, again, why would you build it through this thing and not around it? I don't know. Maybe there's a reason. I mean, that's definitely a bridge. Now the question is, how do I make it look important? And not like a wimpy bridge. I want it to make it look like I don't know, a bridge that would be in this area, you know? These big stone structures. I mean, this is a stone structure. Hmm. I mean, I guess we could do this. And these could be the... You know, maybe they're even broken like the other ones. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. It's different. It's a different shape, which is kind of cool. Maybe we'll do the same greenery thing up here, where we have greenery. Greenery there. I mean, I like this shape kind of here. Just something that looks large and you know, a little bit fantasy. This is definitely more fantasy feeling than this. This feels like it could almost exist. I feel like this definitely feels like it could exist. This slightly less so because it's more massive and it has greenery and like big houses and stuff on it and just feels less practical. And then this feels the least practical. This feels like somebody's trying to make a statement with like these big arches that do seemingly nothing. Um, and this would be an arch here. And then maybe there's like, yeah, maybe there's little, actually, maybe we play up the size of this thing. So for example, what if there's like trees up here? And like, what if this thing, maybe not like an entire mountain. there could be rocks sticking up here. Maybe there's some little islands over here. I don't know if we would want to put little islands there. But I mean, if we did put an island here, then this would be, you could start showing the scale of this thing. So like if these were trees, we'd start to see the scale of this. Especially if there's like little, not mountains, but thingies here. Little areas with trees. And like imagine if this were a beach on the side here. I don't know what that is. I was gonna make that a boat, but I'm changing scale now. And little islands here. It's a little dark. I mean, that's kind of cool, isn't it? I mean, I know cool isn't the only goal, but I am trying to make it look like an epic fantasy, you know, location. Some giant bridge. Kind of neat. Do we ever go here, like a foreground element? Like trees here. I mean, this starts to make it feel like a land bridge, right? Like not a land bridge, what's the word? Like, I guess there could still be rivers here, but this makes it feel like it's not all connected, you know? Like, or what am I trying to say? Like, it doesn't feel like the rivers are very big. It feels like it's mostly land. I mean, I do like that. I think it's kind of an... I mean, it's certainly... That feels pretty, like, striking in composition and stuff. Now the question is, do I want this to be a loop? Maybe not. I think the broken pillars are neat, and they tie it together, maybe. Maybe there's more over here. Oh, it feels a little disjointed. Let's try some iteration. Let's copy this. Paste it. I kind of don't like working in black and white. I feel like it's just less interesting, because color is way more exciting. I do like this central structure. That. Don't know if I like what's happening here. We could do like a crisscross thing where like some of these are going this way and some of them are going like this one, for example, if it were on the front facing side. Hey, Chrissy Carson, how's it going? I'm painting some bridges. And by painting, I mean designing. Well, this one was a real bridge, and then all the others are I'm making them up. But yeah, we're doing some bridge fantasy bridges. I'm thinking about making a bridge area, maybe connecting two cities or something. I'm thinking it's gonna be part of the main area. So there's a big city, and it's gonna have similar aesthetics. But no, bridges are fun. I think anything architecture related is always fun, especially when it's not like. I feel like bridges are a really nice architectural like stepping stone. Um, they don't have to be houses with designed for people really. They could just be like anything to get you from point A to point B, and so you can. I feel like there's a lot of freedom. So you still get to play with things just like general shape, design, and all that. You started summer break, so you're enjoying just chilling. Nice. Any plans for the summer break? Any gaming? I know the Steam summer sale's going. I'm looking for a game to play. I don't know why. I feel like I want to play a different game, and I know the Steam summer sale's going on, and I feel like I want to buy something, but I don't know what I want to play. I kind of am thinking like cozy games, but also I kind of want to play something multiplayer or that has multiplayer capabilities. I don't know. You're going to finally finish Horizon Forbidden West. Okay, so what are the Horizon games? I don't know anything about them, but I've heard people talk about them. Like Horizon, is it the same part of like Horizon Zero Dawn? Action role playing. I mean, they look gorgeous. What kind of games are they? Like, it's action, so I assume it's like a 3D run around do stuff game. It's not that's not a very specific. I realize that description's terrible. A 3D run around do stuff game. But I assume it's like third person? Like a third person kind of game? Battle stuff? I mean, they are gorgeous. Everything I see. Zero Dawn and then Forbidden West. The story is so good. Okay. It's a sequel. Gotcha. But they're pretty good. You play as the character Alloy. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. Without knowing the characters and stories, that doesn't tell me much. But it looks gorgeous. I mean, the game looks nice. What's the? I'm trying to ask a question without like no spoilers, but like what's the like genre doesn't quite do it justice, but like what is the goal of the game? Is it like defeat Big Boss Man, or is it like collect a bunch of stuff? Like, what's the? I mean, kind of genre, but like, I mean, I see that the genre is according to a search. What did it say? Action, adventure, or something. But like, that doesn't tell you much. It's technologically post-apocalyptic, but like way after. Okay, so it's kind of techie, but also limited. Sounds like. So like limited sci-fi. Whatever's convenient not to break the game, but cool enough to be cool. I don't know what I do. I think I know what you're talking about, but like that kind of tech is always fun. The same thing with like fantasy tech, right? It's like it's just enough tech to have cool stuff, like cool gadgets and cool things that maybe the player hasn't used before, but not enough to like totally break the game. Because you can't just have anything, right? So it's like, oh, it's only the lost tech that you just happen to stumble on, or it's Without spoilers, the first game is a character trying to figure out what happened to humanity in the past. Gotcha. Are they story-driven, more sandbox, open world Astra? Just saying you don't create your own character. Gotcha. That's fine. I don't care about creating. I mean, I saw an interesting distinction between character stuff where you don't create your own character and then like avatars where you create your own character, but they're not, you know, but like you're never going to have the same story as if you don't make your character, which I like. I like the idea of not making your character in a game like that. It's a different vibe, right? It's, I don't know. On one hand, though, I do like making characters because then it feels like you can play sort of that I don't know what you want to call it, like power fantasy type thing where you can like build your character and get stronger and stronger. And like I've always enjoyed that, right? Pretty much in any game. But I guess you can still do that in non-avatar-y type games where there is a distinct character. It just doesn't, I feel like it doesn't quite feel as, I don't know, I don't know if I have a preference. I think like most of the time when I play games, it is where I make my own character as like an avatar, and the character itself doesn't have a ton of story, but you exist within a world with story. You know, even something like Stardew Valley, right? Like you are just you. You are a nobody, basically. And then you get plopped into Stardew Valley, and all the other characters have story, but like your story is basically non-existent. And sometimes you can pick and choose some stuff, but like, you know, you get to name yourself, you get a, like it's not really about you, it's more about you existing in this other world. And I like that. I like those games. Same with like Palia, right? You're just a random person in a larger world, and the world has its story, but you're just an avatar. um, I feel like those games for me feel like you can keep getting stronger. You know, there's levels and stats and stuff. In fact, I don't know if I've played many games where I'm not an avatar. I'm just like an actual character with their own backstory. I guess it's hard, right? From a storytelling perspective, like unless you do like the you wake up with amnesia trope, right? Like your character can't be, let's say, in their 30s and have an entire 30 years of life where but you the player doesn't know what that is. Like how does that work, right? Unless you wake up and you're like, who am I? And then you have to figure it out because you don't know either. Like, how do you do that from a story, like a fully developed character and you're playing them, but also you don't know what their character is? Like, how, isn't there a disconnect there from a storytelling perspective? I feel like unless you're doing the wake up with amnesia thing, it would be hard. I'm sure there's other ways. Obviously, you know, of course there's other ways to do it. One of the things I like about Horizon is it takes place in the United States. It's sometimes fun to try and figure out where you are at any given time. Oh, interesting. Is it actually like accurate and like could you figure out where you are? Oh, you're in actual places. Oh, that's cool. That is neat. There are large games, so you really want to get lost in the game for a while. They're great ones to play. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I do like games where you can get lost in the game, but I also like games. I mean, I don't play that many different games. I tend to just play a few games for a very long time. I do tend to like games where I feel like even when I'm getting lost in the game, I'm still progressing, right? With like stat numbers go up, you know, random collectible achieve like things to do beyond just like, you know, oh, I'm just wandering around and exploring the nooks and crannies of the world. I don't like that as much. That feels like I'm in some ways wasting my time sometimes, which is weird because it's just all playing games, and so what does that even mean? But yeah. Yeah, but I've heard different people recommend it. I should try to play those games. Maybe I'll give them a try. Chrissy says to an extent, like in the first in the first place, you're in places that are national parks. The DLC for Zero Dawn takes place in Yellowstone National Park, but it's not national park in the game, of course. Gotcha. That makes sense. Hmm. Is it weird that when you said it takes place in the US, somehow that made me slightly less excited? I don't know why, but like, I don't know. Is that weird? No, it would be cool though. I they do look like gorgeous games. I'm sure they'd be really good. I don't know. I'm not totally sold. It does look like it's a beautiful game and it would be fun. I don't think it would have excited me to know that, but it turned out to be fun when yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? And I know this about myself is that like a good game or a good story, the premise kind of doesn't matter, at least to me. Like it does to get me to want to play the game, right? If you tell me it's about like I don't know, killing monsters and getting loot and leveling up your character to do, you know, to like and you have to, you know, and like the core gameplay loop is like going on heists or something. Like I'm in, like sign me up. Character gets stronger. You have to do harder and harder heists. Like I'm in. But you could also tell me it's the most boring sounding thing, and like I know from experience that some just because it sounds boring doesn't like it's all about the gameplay, right? Yeah, like it's the same with movies, right? Like if you I'm just using heists as an example, but if you have a heist movie, I'm in. Like I'm willing to watch it. But also there's been really good movies that sound dreadfully boring if you read the synopsis, right? They're just exciting because of storytelling, good characters, right? You have stuff that makes them a good movie. And so I realize that a good game doesn't have to sound amazing. And so like a game taking place in the US shouldn't matter. But that doesn't make me immediately interested, and so I have to be sold on like I know if I would just play it, I'm sure I would love it. Because if it's a good game, it's a good game and I'm going to enjoy it probably. But yeah, I do have to fight my own sort of instinct sometimes because that initial hook, right, where that premise, this is I think this is similar to like I imagine it's very similar to like amateur writers or people who have big lofty goals of like making their own game or whatever, where like they like oh they're gonna design the coolest you know magic system and they want all this cool stuff in it, but it's like that's not what's gonna make it a good story, you know, like not really. Like yes, yeah, sometimes a story is good and then you're like oh wow the magic system's awesome, but like typically it's not just the magic. Like that's like to me that's like the hook, right? That entices me, but that's not actually what's gonna make it good. So yeah, no, it probably is good and I should try it. Horizon Zero Dawn is really cool game. Have you played it, Skittle? And also the other one. You never played their second Horizon game, but the first one was a lot of fun. Gotcha. Honestly, it was the visuals that got me into the game. See, that's the thing. I think I'm very different, Chrissy. I don't give a crap about the visuals. Like, not really. In fact, I might even have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder. Like, when I see big game studios advertising their games, and seemingly the only thing I know about it is how beautiful the game is, and I don't know anything else about it from all the trailers, that makes me not want to play it. Like, gorgeous game, but there's nothing that talks about gameplay other than like character running around and jumping and shooting stuff and it looks cool. But like, that doesn't make me, you know, I would rather have snippets of like the actual action or whatever you're doing that, I don't know, like, especially when the game is trying to be realistic graphics. That almost pisses me off a little bit. Like, I am so done with realistic graphics, but like not super amazing gameplay. Give me the stylized thing with awesome gameplay and really cool game systems and stuff that makes me I don't know. But yeah, if there is a good story, then I'd probably like it. It does sound, everything I've heard about Horizon Zero Dawn has made it sound like it really is a good game. And so I'm sure I would like it. You do need to know there's a good story, but I don't have to know what the story is. Gotcha. And the PS4 struggled to play it in DLC area. True. Also, my computer's really bad. And I'm actually not even sure if my computer could run it. Any game that has like really fancy graphics, I'm not sure I could play. But I might have to look into the system requirements. But my computer is very, very low end. Yeah, I kind of have a hunch I couldn't run it. Especially when the game like part of the game's selling point is like the gorgeous graphics and the exploration. If I have to explore in a game on ugly graphics, like don't get me wrong, I can still enjoy it. But that kind of goes back to my earlier point with like that to me isn't a real selling point. Like good graphics and it being gorgeous, like you would think as somebody who really likes environments and painting environments that like a gorgeous environment would sell me, but it really doesn't. Kind of like this. This is sort of a fun little space. The requirements are pretty low. Oh, interesting. You play on PlayStation, so you have no comment on PC play? Yeah, I'd be playing on PC. But yeah, I've been looking for another game to play. I don't know what I want to play. I kind of want to play something multiplayer, whatever I play. I have enough single player games that I can pretty much just occupy myself forever. I don't know. What graphics card do I have? I don't know. Something bad. I don't even remember. My computer's old. Any particular genre? I don't know. I mean, even like a cozy game would be fun. Just something that's chill where people can play and there's no like requirement. Like I would want a game where people could jump in or not at their will, but not like requiring you to all schedule playing together. I think games that require you to schedule to play together, like I remember me and some friends were trying to play Stardew and we only played like 2 sessions because then we just stopped, like we just never scheduled another session. Right? And so I don't want a game that requires people to all be on at the same time, but at the same time a way where people can sort of be on the same level, if that makes sense. Of like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure like what game I'm describing because I don't have a game in mind. I'm just thinking like the ideal game for me would be a game where you could play as much as you want, but then when friends get on, you can all play together and you're doing stuff cooperatively, but you're not just like super duper more powerful than them, right? But I do want like progression in some way, right? Like there still needs to be progression to like make your time feel worthwhile. And in that sense, I feel like Palea is kind of good because it like would you ever play Elder Scrolls Online? Maybe, I don't know. For some reason It also doesn't sound exciting. I don't know. You may like Slay. I have a hunch I would like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire is like a roguelite game, right? I think I would like Slay the Spire. Yeah, I think I would like Slay the Spire. I actually might get that. I think I would like it. Everything I've seen people play Slay the Spire seems like it's fun gameplay. I mean, I'm not huge on like looking for a card game because they can get pretty in depth and you can end up being pretty sweaty about it, which I'm okay with being sweaty about it, but it's I think it can be harder to get into in a way, but I'm okay with that. I don't mind that. Those definitely seem like games I could play the crap out of though. Yeah, that's why we're talking about this Skittles, because the Steam Summer Sale is I'm thinking about which game I want to play or buy. The biggest bummer of ESO though is that it's not cross-platform. Oh, that is a bummer. I didn't know that. You can totally solo around in that game, and then if you want, you can do some group activities. So is that just an... I don't even know much about Elder Scrolls, but I know it's good. Also, hi, Jackarax, how's it going? Hi, Stiller, have fun. Thanks. You too. Hope your day's going well. Okay, so yeah, we're painting some bridges today, by the way, if anybody's just tuning in, and we're talking about video games. I'm painting some variety of bridges, thinking about for in my fantasy world. I could totally see little islands here with the bridge connecting. And these would have little tall spires here. That'd be kind of fun. It would totally work for this. I do like this. This is kind of neat. I don't quite know what it is. Maybe these are pillars? Are these pillars or are these trees? They could be pillars with trees on them. Just adding some contours here so my brain can start to understand what it is I'm looking at. I'll admit I did burn out on Elder Scrolls. I haven't played it in 2 years. I do think I could go back to it at some point, but not until next summer. Another bridge piece? Yeah, well, another... I think... Yeah, I'm painting some bridges. I don't know if I have done any yet for this thing. I painted this, which isn't really a bridge. It's more of like a channel or an aqueduct. I guess it's a bridge of sort, but it's more of just like a corridor. Oh, what is this? There is a thing. A redeem. What did somebody redeem? Quick 5-minute sketch. Okay, I'll do a 5-minute sketch. Don't know if I can do a 5-minute sketch as a bridge. We'll see. Sure, why not? We'll try it. Let me start a timer. I feel like... I think a lot of times when I see games... I feel like there's two types of games for... Not, obviously, that's an extreme simplification. But, like, okay, so a lot of times when a game gets popular... I can watch like 30 seconds of it, and you kind of have a vibe. You kind of know what it's about, right? Like Slay the Spire. If I've ever seen a clip of someone playing it, right, you pretty much understand the type of game it is. And then, or even a game like, you know, League of Legends or something. But or especially like party games, right? You see someone play like Among Us, and you're like, okay, I get what this game's about, right? Um, for some reason, I've seen people play things like Elder Scrolls. Um, I've seen people play games like lots of different games, but then I don't know what they're about. Like, I don't understand. It just looks like you're just running around with a big sword or something and just like slowly attacking monsters. It seems like the most like I know they're typically story games, but like I don't even get a sense of like oh, this person's really strong and powerful, or like oh, this person is really killing awesome monsters. Like it's always like I don't know. I like still don't know what they're about, and I still don't know what's selling me on them. Like some games, I feel like they've been out for years. I've seen gameplay of them multiple times, and I'm still not the least bit like excited about them. It doesn't mean they're not good. It's just like it's weird. I feel like when games do that, normally I can see a game like, oh, that looks really cool. And it doesn't have to be like flashy, right? It just needs to be like, can I understand what is even what it is it just like running from point A to point B, because that's not going to sell me, right? Um and I get that that's like not a good way to judge a game. But for some reason a lot of these games like the Horizon games and Elder Scrolls games, like I know what they look like visually, but I couldn't tell you what would make them fun. Which I feel bad because like I know they're good games. I don't know. I should just try them, I guess, and then I would like them, I'm sure. And I guess it could be like a genre game type thing, or like a genre issue where like certain genres are very obvious what they are. Um like if you say like cozy farm sim game, right? And you like, "Oh, like Stardew." Like, okay, I know what that's about, right? You pretty much are making money and, you know, completing whatever things you need to complete. Um Like, so I could watch a game like Stardew for, you know, less than 30 minutes, and I'd be like, oh, I kind of get the vibe of this game, and I could decide whether or not I want to play it. But for whatever reason, with games that are like action adventure games, I have no freaking clue when I watch them. Like if I watch an action, not I'm not talking about action RPG, like, you know, Diablo 2 or Diablo type games or Path of Exile type games. Those I feel like I can judge pretty quick. But I have no sense of judging like action adventure games or anything even remotely like Dark Souls esque. Those types of games, partly because the Dark Souls type games don't appeal to me at all. And so then when I see a game that's like looks similar but different, like, you know, trying to be super realistic graphics, running around doing stuff, even like Assassin's Creed, they just don't appeal to me because they all look the same. Like they look like they're trying to be super realistic. You're running around third person, jumping, running, hitting things, doing whatever that the character does, right? Different genres are going to, or different games will be a little different in that regard. But none of them feel none of them spark joy for me when I see them. Yeah, I never played any of those games, Chrissy. Seal says I find that once you play enough games, you can kind of tell from watching it be played to some extent, though there are exceptions where the game looks weird and unappealing, but it's actually so fun to play somehow. Well, that's the thing, right, Skittle? I know there's genres like that, and I actually compared that to movies earlier, and I haven't forgotten the 5-minute thumbnail sketch. I will do it. And I find I'm this way with movies, Skittle, where there's certain genres of movies that, like, are extremely unappealing. Like, so earlier Chrissy's told me that the Horizon series or the Horizon Zero Dawn takes place in the US, and I mentioned how that makes it somehow less interesting, which is, it shouldn't matter. But it's a little bit like hearing a movie is set in war times. I don't want to watch a war movie. You tell me a movie's a war movie, and I'm immediately less interested. Now, does that mean it's not a good movie? Of course not. You can have a good movie set in any time period, during whatever political events or whatever is happening as a backdrop. None of that should technically matter, but for some reason, I just tend to like war movies not very much. And again, there are exceptions, but they don't want to make me watch them, right? If you forced me to sit down and watch a war movie, I'm sure there's all sorts of ones that I would enjoy. I just don't want to even sit down and watch them because too many of them suck for me. And that's how I feel with a lot of like action adventure games. Like, oh look, it's another game that where they, the trailer is just showing off pretty graphics and you're running and jumping and doing stuff. Yeah, I agree, Druff. You said I feel like any good movie has so many layers that the story you're setting. That I agree, but the premise of the movie will get my butt in the chair and it gets me interested, right? Like if you say, oh, it's a crime detective movie where there's some magical, like, the main character has like a superpower and he's an investigator or something, right? That's like, oh, okay, like I'm curious like how they use their powers. Like there's some interesting stuff just from telling you the premise, right? But that doesn't really mean that it's a good story. Yeah, of course not, right? That's not about story. It's about just like the general archetype kind of or like and so I'm a big sucker for like a good premise. And I feel like in games I'm similar where like I need it to sound interesting. I don't I don't want to watch war movies either, especially if they're World War II movies. Seriously, how many of those do we need? I agree, but again, right? But if you were forced to sit down and watch one, there probably are some really good ones, and maybe where the war is like not really in in the focus, and it's just like a backdrop to a drama or something, and maybe there's really interesting characters, or maybe it's a comedy, and or maybe it's just maybe it's unique enough in a different way, but like you're not gonna sell me on saying it's no Saving Private Ryan sucked. I didn't like it. I thought it was dumb, but I get that it's a good movie. Okay, it didn't suck, but I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, it is very a lot. There's a lot of war movies. Yeah, I didn't like it. That's like action war movies specifically, I think are extremely uninteresting to me. If the action is the war, that's not exciting, right? If the realistic, like on the battlefield, that's like the most uninteresting thing ever. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, using war and the, in the battle, like in the action as like the hook for the movie is like this is the action, you're in the battlefield in the front lines. That makes it extremely uninteresting. That's the stuff I don't want. I would much rather have a war movie where like the setting is during war times and there's other stuff going on. You're just following like random people or a spy or random officials. Like I would rather just like that. I don't the like it's actually similar to like when a movie's selling point is like a car chase or something. Like I don't like actually car chases aren't that bad. Like gunfights. Gunfights are the worst. I don't care about people like shooting at each other and ducking behind stuff. Like that's to me that's like the laziest form of action ever. Or yeah, I mean chase scenes are another super lazy action to me. I don't know. I'm very opinionated on this topic. But yeah, there's certain things that just like I feel like you can't show me a movie and like showing a gunfight and a big shootout and then a car chase and be like, oh, I actually, again, the car chases I feel like are, I don't know why car chases aren't that bad, but gunfights are extremely boring for me. As an artist, I enjoy watching artworks as well as enjoying gameplay. Fair enough. Also, hold on, I haven't forgotten the 5-minute sketch. I'm loading up the timer right now. Yeah, funny enough, when I play games, I actually don't care that much about the artwork and the graphics. Most, like, because I kind of got hooked on games in a time where, like, the graphics were non-existent. Like, literally just, like, the most 2D garbage-looking video games ever. You know, literal, like, I mean, in some cases, bad pixel art, not even good pixel art. And it was always the mechanics of the game that got me hooked, right? Like, I mean, one of the first games I played for an absolute ton of time was Diablo 2. Like, if you look at that game now, like, the graphics aren't like, oh, wow, what a great, you know, what beautiful gameplay. I mean, you know, just like, this was the gameplay. I mean, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It looked nice. But, like, it's not exactly a masterpiece of graphics and the most gorgeous game. But, like, this game for me, I didn't care about that. It was the gameplay that I enjoyed. And I played it for so long after. I mean, when I stopped playing Diablo 2, there were games out that were, like, you know, super polished 3D games, nearly photorealistic. Like, it was, you know, I didn't care. It just genuinely didn't matter to me. And I'm kind of still hold that view. Like, I'd actually prefer stylized games over like hyper realistic, because I feel like too often the focus is on the graphics and the focus is on being a beautiful game rather than actually trying to make a game that is fun to play. And I know those things aren't mutually exclusive. Obviously, you can have fun games that are really beautiful. But the selling point is oftentimes like, look at all the scenery. It's like, no, show me the mechanics. Show me the, you know, that's why I think a game like Slay the Spire appeals to me, is because you can't show the game without showing the mechanics. You just can't do it because there isn't like, oh, look at me just running around, right? That's not the mechanics. That's like travel time, right? There isn't that. It's more just like, oh, look, like, you can't show Slay the Spire without showing the mechanics, because that is the game. The game is playing the card game, right? Like, that's the game. And so you know what you see is what you have. And I like that. Even though I've never played the game, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I would like that game, because yeah, it just looks fun. Kinda. But because you find hyper-realistic games just offer too much information on screen, it tires you out. That's fair. That's a valid point. I don't know if I get tired out from it. I just find that, like, a lot of it ends up being filler. Like, it's not... You know that, like, what's that thing? Like, the Chekhov's gun, where, like, if you show a gun on screen, then it's gonna be useful. I feel like photorealistic is the opposite of that. Stylized feels like everything's intentional and it's planned and you see what you see. A lot of photorealistic stuff feels like, here we've just put a texture over everything. Here we've just put stuff everywhere. We want to make it look real. And it's just like complete set dressing without any goal or rhyme or reason. It's like, look how realistic it looks. It doesn't make me feel like everything is useful or important. It just makes a lot of those games feel like empty voids, because they're so like big expansive world that's super realistic, but like there's only a few spots where you go from point A to point B, and like, you know, there's a few key areas, but it doesn't feel designed. Like, it doesn't feel like there's just like, it's like there's unnecessary information, right? It's not that there's too much, but it's that all the information there is just 99% of it's garbage. I don't know. That's how I feel with some games. Anyway, I know I'm ranting about stuff. Anyway, let's paint. Let me open up the timer. I think that's kind of what I like about the cozy sim game genre, is like if there's an item in the game, it's like you know it was put there with a goal. It'll sell for something, you can harvest it, you can get it by means of crafting or growing or whatever, but it's not just like it. I feel like most of it, unless it's intentionally supposed to be like the junk prize, right? But a lot of times it doesn't feel like there's just like, oh, look at everything is interactable. It's no, only the stuff that you can use, right? The only stuff interactable is the stuff that has gameplay around it. And I like that. It makes it feel like the mechanics are connected to the things you can do. Not just like, look, everything is, you can destroy everything and everything is interactable, and but it's like, okay, for what? Like, just because that's cool, I guess? I don't know. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Does that make any sense? I don't know if it does. I feel like I'm an old man ranting, yelling at clouds. Okay, let's do a 5-minute sketch. Start the thing. We are gonna draw a bridge, but this bridge is gonna be, we're gonna do it from above. But in Minecraft, everything, it is for sure. In Minecraft it is, but Minecraft is also like completely sandbox, and so it's every single block is also, everything that you can destroy is also a building block. So like it's very tied to mechanics. There is no block you can't build with. Well, that's not true. There's like 4 of them, but they're basically, yeah, I mean, that's also like a creative sandbox game kind of, so I feel like that's a little different. And it's also not trying to be like realistic. Like every block has a purpose, and every block is craftable pretty much, or you can get it in some way. And so like even if it naturally occurs in the environment, there's still a mechanic around it. You think you like very interactive? I should probably sketch here. You like very interactive games that feel responsive to your actions? What do you mean interactive games? So you like the, like, you can, hit things and they'll break and... See, that to me doesn't feel... That feels like those types of games, if that's what you're talking about, I don't know if that is. But oftentimes those games to me feel like they're trying to emulate real life. See, I do like Minecraft. Minecraft is great. But a lot of games, especially the photorealistic ones where they try to make it so you can do anything, they feel like they're emulating real life without the goal of like it trying to be real, like it, where it doesn't really affect gameplay, or if it does, it's like a secondary thing. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't care about it emulating real life. Just give me, like, make sure the mechanics and the gameplay line up. I don't know. When you fight a troll in the woods, the tree comes down, the rocks shatter. Oh, that's kind of cool, I guess. Like, is that useful, though, or is it just, like... I don't know. Oh, did I start the timer? Yeah, I did. Also, I realized I'm sketching in black and white. I should have sketched in color. I don't know. I think I'm just tired of seeing games where it seems to be that the main selling point is look at the graphics upgrade we made. Like, I don't know. I'm just tired of game companies putting their budget into graphics. Can we focus on the gameplay? And I know games do, right? I know there are games that do it, but every time I see a hyper realistic game, my brain immediately goes to, okay, but is the game any good? Same thing with like look at the interactivity of you can interact with the environment. Okay, but is the story good or are the mechanics good? Like, I don't care if you hit a tree and the tree falls over. Great. What's like what do you actually do in the game and why should I care? Right? Like that feels like we're trying to emulate real life, and I don't give a crap if it's emulating real life. I'm not playing a game to emulate real life. I have real life for that. I need a reason beyond look at the graphics or look how interactive it is. You know, I need like I think that's why I like the stylized games is because they're not trying to emulate real life generally. Everything is based on a mechanic, right? If you can break something, it's because it has a use for what you're trying to do, right? Like a puzzle game where yes, maybe you can chop a tree down, but that tree can then be used as a bridge. Great. That's useful to solve the puzzle, right? So puzzle games are a good example of like anything you can do in the game can help you solve your goals. If you can't do something in the game, it's because they don't want you to, right? It's not just like let's throw in stuff, you know, because we want to make it real, right? It's like the goal is different. The goal is, does this thing help you solve the puzzle? Not, this thing is realistic. I don't know. I think I'm just salty from seeing so many games that just flaunt their awesome graphics. Also, I've realized I just painted for 5 minutes and have done nothing. But I've just ranted for like 25 minutes and also done nothing, so there's that. Oh boy. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, it has to be harmonized with the gameplay. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I think that's why I mentioned like the Chekhov's gun thing, where I think that's the thing, right? The storytelling device where everything basically will be useful. I feel like I need that in games. I think that's also why a game like Baldur's Gate is kind of cool, right? Baldur's Gate 3 or even 2. 2 was... I never actually played 3, but... I think Baldur's Gate's cool because, like, the only stuff you can interact with has a mechanic associated with it, right? If you can burn something, then it'll catch on fire with anything that's fire, but it probably won't catch on fire with anything that's not, right? Like it's everything is programmed to be if like not anything can be picked up, right? It's only stuff that's interactable can be picked up, and if it's interactable, then it has like a weight assigned to it. It has properties assigned to it, right? There's element like if it can either be broken or picked up or whatever. Like everything in the game, as far as I know, if you can interact with it, then it's programmed in a way that like it's part of gameplay. It's not separate from that. It's not just like a physics engine of a wall breaking, right? I feel like that stuff, like it's not trying to emulate real life. It's just trying to have a well-rounded like I don't know, where like you can understand gameplay and what you can do with things. Anyway, I don't know if I don't know if I'm making any sense. Anyway. Yeah, this was not a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. I apologize. I feel like I owe you another 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Yeah, this painting is something. Big blobs. Maybe there's some stuff back here. I kind of like this. This definitely feels like something. I think this sort of bridge, if I can make this stuff feel far enough away in the background, I think it'll feel pretty large. Sort of a triangular bridge thingy. But yeah, I think right now one of the most just like cozy games for me, like Stardew Valley games. I think those are one of the. It's been a while since I've played a game where like everything in the game feels like it was there, it put there for a purpose by a developer who wanted it in the game. It didn't feel like it was just like, let's just fill the game with stuff to make it feel real. Um, which is, I don't know. I don't know if that's unique or not. It's funny because this topic gets very close to like what I feel like makes a game that is quote unquote like an AI game. That I feel like pinpoints exactly the kind of thing that I'm describing is like, look at this cool game, but like it's not the stuff that doesn't exist, even if it were a functional game, which it wouldn't ever be, but even if it were, it's like there's just gonna be stuff for stuff's sake, like to make it look like a game, but like the the actual things in the game aren't critical to the game. They're just there. Like almost by definition, I feel like that's how like an AI game would be, right? Like even an image where it's like the there's just a bunch of it looks like a real image or it looks like a nice picture, but it's not thought through in the way that like the types of games or pictures that I would want, right? Or like it has this sort of it's like an imitation, you know. I don't know. And I feel like a lot of new games already have that vibe to me. And maybe I'm just again just a grumpy old man who has, you know, a chip on my shoulder for some reason. But I feel like a lot of games just feel like there's just a bunch of stuff, and it's like it already feels like slop in a way, and it always bugs me. And I know they're not. Like I know there's a lot of good games, but I feel like the more realistic they're trying to be, the more I feel like a game's gonna have that vibe. I like this. I like this bridge that I'm making. It has a nice feel to it, I think. Definitely has not. It's it's definitely not a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. That's for sure. But that's okay. Hmm. I do like this. This kind of has like a weird constructed feel to it, where you have like it almost feels wooden, like these wooden things on top of the bridge. So this feels more what do you call it? Poorly constructed. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Which ones do I like? I think these, I definitely think these are my favorite. That one or that one. This one feels more classical bridge. Or classic bridge. Your standard thing. Maybe I jump in and do some coloring. Let's do that. Let's color some bridges. Slap some color on it. Some blue sky. Doesn't need to be a blue sky, but, you know, might as well. Blue sky. Green, no, orange, orangey red. I like the cable bridge. The cable bridge. This one? That one? We could put cables on these. We could definitely go like this. I wanted it to feel more epic, though. See, this kind of bridge... Also, this was directly from a reference. This was the only... This was, like, my first study. This probably feels more realistic. Because it is. Yeah, that was, like, my first thing. Yeah, I could add cables here. I just feel like it doesn't... The reason I chose this bridge, though, was because it had large stone structures with cables, which is neat. Because normally I think of cable bridges as like these little like metal things that feel flimsy, even though they're not. I know they're very sturdy. But they don't feel like this... Like this kind of material where you would think of like a giant stone city. Like it didn't get... It kind of had the feeling of that because they were big stone structures. So I thought it was kind of appropriate. All of them are unique in their own ways? Yeah, kinda. I feel like these two are gonna be the most, like... I don't know. This one feels more fantasy, and I like that. I want them to feel fantasy. I want them to have their own identities. Now, what that identity is another story. But I think these are fun. Now, we don't need them to be these colors. These colors are a little boring. But that's okay. These are just some base colors. Some blue color in there. I mean, I do like this. Then some browns. And then some greens. And then I feel like something like this would be neat to have like greenery around the edges here somehow. And And I think down here I decided that I'd have some greenery. Maybe some rocks down here. These rocks could be built into the wall. Or the wall could be built on the rocks, I guess. Trying to add a bunch of random rocks in the base here. I think a rock base is always neat. Something with different elevation. Actually, I am liking this quite a bit. These will be rocks, a rocky ground here. And maybe there's lots of little greenery all over these rocks. Like a mossy areas. Just rocky structures. Probably focus on the water though. That's the Bob Ross trick. Whenever you have water, you can line the edge with like a bright white line, and then everything else can be less bright. You don't need all the water to be bright, just that line. That shoreline where like the water's gonna splash up against it. And maybe a few lines out, you know, like, so if you have that water line here. Yeah, it's the Bob Ross trick. You put some lines here, maybe a couple extras if you want, but then anything else can just be like the reflection of the thing. Also, this feels like it needs to have some overlap. But I like that. Kind of nice. Hey, Joe, I'll be lurking. Hey, Commissar Skull. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, I like this painting. I think this painting is a good... yeah, I think it's working. Now, the question is, do I want this to be a mountain back here? I drew it as a mountain, but I don't know if I still want it to be a mountain. Maybe not. Kind of doesn't feel like it should be. It's too big, I think. Probably can do clouds. I don't know. Not bad. A water ski. Do I put water lines in here? Dynamic waves. Not actually gonna have water skis, but probably not that. I feel like I need some light and shadow in here. That's what I need. Where do we want the light to come from? Because I feel like the design's starting to be a thing, right? Feel like it's working out. Perspective's a little weird, probably, but that's okay. These could be some trees over here. This could be a house. Maybe some dark shadows under here. And here. Some structural soundness to these buildings. So little areas here that have negative spots. Has a little bit of brutalism. A little tiny bit. Not really, but maybe. Maybe just a smidge. I don't know. Commissar's skull can be the decider of that. I don't think it really has... I don't think it actually has brutalism, but a little bit. Like, it has some of the shape design of... Almost. Not really. It's still much more like European, like Tudor. Although, no, it's not Tudor. That's not true. But yeah. It's also very overcast, which is maybe it plays into that mood. Hello, Froster, and how's it going? But yeah, I'm trying to add in some brickwork. Not really adding in details, but just implied details. And really just trying to get rid of some of those... Love the architectural look, thanks. Yeah, I'm really just trying to get rid of some of these dark lines that are in it. So I'm trying to like bring up these lines here and paint. Although this should still be a little darker. As for how it's going to last me in a month, oh no. Well, I hope it gets better. I'm going to assume that's a not super amazing. Okay, I like this painting. Now the question is... What is the question that I need to ask myself? Is the perspective right? No, that's not the right question. The question is... Lighting. Lighting direction. You're excited for this one? Thanks. I think, yeah, let's scale it up and work on it. I'm liking it. It definitely can have some fun stuff to it. I think the lighting, I need to figure out what we're doing. Maybe there's a logical way forward. If we're painting this bridge, I don't know if this is going to be the bridge. And the light's coming from the side. We could definitely do... like, this stuff, right? Like, this is in shadow. This is in light. I don't know. Is that too cliche? We do that a lot. Let's try it. Okay, we're gonna copy this. Okay, and then we're gonna save it. And then we're gonna save it as a new file. Oh, I turned off my camera for a second. I didn't mean to do that, but I just meant to switch over here so I can save it. There we go. Okay. But now I can take this. Actually, let's do this. Let's copy it now. There, now I have that tool selected. So now when I stretch it, I have the little marching ants. I can crop it right around it. There. I like that. I think this will work. RX, hope you're doing well. Hope the day is good. When was the last time all of y'all painted architecture of any kind? Could be a house, could be a bridge, could be, I don't know, whatever you consider architecture. Anything that's built, constructed by humans. And what was it? What was the last thing that you drew or painted that was a construction? I'm curious. Because I know a lot of people just do characters or animals. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna do an overlay. Now I think if I just put in a bright light like this, and that's gonna make it feel like a sunset, which isn't the worst, right? I'm not opposed to a sunset. Not for years, probably. Okay, I think that's probably a pretty common answer. Before December, that's all I know. Like last December? Or, I mean, years implies multiple Decembers. But yeah, no, I think that's pretty common. I think architecture is like probably one of those things that not a lot of people do. Can you repeat the question? Oh, when was the last time you guys painted anything architectural? And what was it? A house, a castle? Last year, yeah, last December, I feel like I did in October, but not positive. Okay. So it's been a while for most people. Or at least most people who are chatting. A door earlier this year. Okay, nice. A door. Was it a door like in a thing or just like a standalone door, like a design, like prop design? Or a gate? See, Drev, I feel like I could see you doing like prop design stuff. So I could totally see. It would have surprised me if you hadn't drawn any architecture this year, just based on like the type of art you do or like how you draw. I feel like, yeah. I feel like when I see your stuff, Druff, because I actually have I seen all of your work. Do you have like have I seen your Instagram? Do I follow you? Because I feel like I should if I'm not. No, I think like the scale that you draw at, I feel like you draw very like the scale that I think of when people do like prop design or like character design, because you draw at a lot of that scale where it's like here is a three-dimensional, well-designed human creature, prop, door, building, whatever. I feel like it would be surprising if you hadn't done architecture fairly recently. Just because I don't know why. Like it somehow it feels like it fits. It's hard to describe. Whereas like if you did like, you know, epic landscapes, like when was the last time you would have drawn a character? I don't know, probably who knows, right? Because epic, but if you're doing like, I feel like there's certain like the how close up the thing is, and I don't know, maybe that's like a stereotype, like it's not actually indicative of anything. I don't think I'm making any sense to anyone, but like some people do like really close up stuff like portraits, and I wouldn't expect like portrait people to be doing a lot of architecture, right? And I wouldn't necessarily expect a lot of like epic landscapes people to be doing a lot of characters. But there's like that mid-range, right? There's that middle of the ground, like you're doing like a single building or a person, but it's a full body and they're posing they're sitting on a bench, right? But it's like a character design. I feel like that kind of stuff, it's close up, but it's not like portraiture, right? And I feel like people who do those mid-range things, like prop, not, it doesn't have to be prop design, it could be character design, but I feel like people who do that stuff, I always in my head have them as like being more versatile. Like, because you're more like storytelling with your characters, so there's probably environments in there, there's everything. I mean, I'm completely making that up, and it's probably not accurate at all, but that's for some reason. Do I want... I think I want this to be fairly bright, not sunset vibes. Am I right, though? I don't know if I'm actually right. It's just like a hunch. It's a vibe I get, you know? Also, I think part of it, and again, kind of stereotyping, like, I feel like you are really good at what you do, and you don't typically get that good unless you're well-rounded. And I feel like for you, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Props people are forced to resolve the nitty-gritty details of things. Yeah. And a lot of times there's like in perspective and a lot of like accurate perspective that comes with like drawing lots of very built forms. It's not just organics. Like I think you'd be hard pressed to find like a prop designer who doesn't do both organic and inorganic stuff, right? Like here's a tree, but it's in a potted, but it's in like a structure, you know, like there's brickwork and stuff. You know, here's the front of a building with some bricks, but then there's also some foliage and trees, right? Like the individual forms of shrubs, but also tiles and bricks and things like that where there's structure. It's not just organic stuff. I feel like there's a certain scale where those things come together. Lemsil, how's it going? But again, I'm kind of just, you know, making things up because obviously everybody does different stuff, and you know, there's no like right or wrong way to do anything. You don't know about that? Okay. Yeah, maybe not. It's probably not true. It's like I'm basically stereotyping here of like how I think of some artists and artists who are similar to certain artists that I think of. I'm like, oh, they probably do all the same stuff. I can see that difference with interior and exterior scenes. Yeah, maybe. Hi, doing a little gaming to pass the time in this heat. Nice. What sort of games you playing? I'm on the hunt for new games, especially with the Steam summer sale going on. Kind of looking at some games. There's a game that was recommended to me. I should open up my Discord so I can remember the name of the game. A game called Temtem. It's like Pokemon, kinda. That looked kind of fun. I don't know if I'm gonna get it, but I'm kind of looking for a multiplayer co-op game. And something kind of chill, low. Yeah, Slay the Spire I definitely want to play. I don't know when, but I will eventually play it. Slay the Spire feels like it's very up my alley. In fact, Slay the Spire feels like I could get very addicted to it. You being back into Skyrim and falling down the modding rabbit hole. Oh, interesting. I knew Skyrim's really into that. Like, it has a big modding community. I never got into modding in any games. even a game like Minecraft, which is, you know, mods galore and the modding community is strong. I never got into it. I've always enjoyed just like vanilla. Well, maybe a game like Minecraft's weird for me though with modding because like because it's a sandbox game and I feel like I don't know. I've always enjoyed just trying to like push the boundaries in the game as it exists and like I don't know. I never really got into modding and I'm not sure why, but I feel like some people do awesome stuff with it. But right now I am just painting a little castle. Not a little castle, and it's not even it's a bridge, not a castle. Should probably have figured out where the light is coming from first. What about the background? The background's bright? Probably not. Maybe something like that would be fun. Some games I have it built in, which is really nice. Bethesda games are especially good for modding for some reason. I don't mod any other kind of games either. Oh, interesting. I will say I have an appreciation for game companies that sort of embrace their modding community. I think that shows like a really cool like I don't know, I think it's a neat thing from a developer's point of view or like from a gamer's point of view when the developers embrace that community. Whereas like Nintendo is like the opposite, right? Like they're really stingy with like what you can and can't do and they, you know, they like to be in complete control over everything that people make and I always felt that doesn't I don't know, it doesn't quite sit the same as just like having a game company that embraces that embraces people breaking their game in various ways. I think it's cool. And like I know they're just a company and their goals are to make money, but it is nice when it feels like the company cares a little bit about the community. And I feel like by embracing the, you know, speedrunning communities or embracing the modding communities, it feels like they care. Even though they're still just a company who probably doesn't actually care, they just want to make money. If they thought that, you know, those communities were hurting them, they probably wouldn't support them either, so. You know, I'm not gonna be under any illusion that they're doing it out the kindness of their heart, but now I do like what I'm doing here. I'm having fun with it. It's a win-win for Bethesda because they get to ship jank games and then the community gets to have fun fixing them. You know, that's a funny way to think about it. But yeah, no, you're not wrong, right? It's yeah, that's funny. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm just kind of doodling here. Slowly painting. Joe Mama. How's it going, Peter? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm just kind of doodling. Um, Not really doing anything in particular. I mean, I'm painting a bridge is what I'm doing. Or designing a bridge. I'm thinking it's gonna be a bridge that goes across here. From like this area to like these spires in the back. But maybe not right there. Maybe somewhere else. It could be this area. This is a little bit less committal. Because then we haven't designed this stuff yet. So we can kind of do whatever we want here. Okay, let's play around with some blues. Bluer, darker on this. Oh, that's too blue, isn't it? I don't think I want it that blue. Kind of playing around with color here. I don't think this blue is. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is not the color that I want. Maybe though. Nah, I don't think I want it that. I think I want it more gray. Gray sky. I think I need to be a little bit more accurate with the forms. Oh, and also maybe the perspective's kind of weird. This is one of those things where if this were gonna be like a super finished piece for like something that really, really mattered, I think bringing this into like 3D would be smart. Which I don't do that much. I almost never do that. I pretty much never sculpt things in 3D. But I do feel like in this case, where you have these structures and you should probably make them overlap in the right way, and like, the scale is probably pretty important. I mean, I guess I could just draw it out with perspective. Right, like if I went like this. Figure out where this is gonna go. This is our eye line. Make a new layer here. This is just me making some lines. How do you balance gaming and drawing? By mostly drawing and painting during the stream. And then when I'm not streaming, I can mostly do whatever guilt-free. But that's not always true. Sometimes I do need to draw and stuff off stream, but that's the main thing. Is just streaming was so when I started streaming, I go through phases. So I started streaming mostly to be accountable to like doing art. But then as my stream started picking up and more people started showing up and hanging out, and it's, the community started growing. I actually wanted to do more art off stream because I found that the quality of art on stream was not that good, right? Because I was kind of, distracted and stuff. And it's not like a bad distraction, but it was fun. I genuinely enjoyed streaming, but it did eventually get to a point where even though I would be accountable and showing up, the quality, I wanted to bring something new to stream. So I would start doing more art off stream, but also still art on stream. And then I kind of, waxed and waned, if that's the right term, where like some months or even years would be less art off stream, and sometimes it would be more. So right now I'm kind of in like the I don't do a ton of art off of stream unless I have like a commission or something. But not a ton of like personal art off stream. So that's kind of my answer is streaming. Streaming helps with that. Oh, you know what I didn't do here? I know this is not the best way to do a perspective grid. But I'm doing it anyway. This is the reason I'm doing this perspective is so I can start measuring some of these. Let's do this. We'll make it a little darker. My big old chunky lines here. Well, this just has to be wider. Yeah, this is me trying to fix some of my goofy mistakes here. But yeah, no, I think balancing gaming and art can be tough, especially when you do stuff from like the comfort of your own home and you don't have a dedicated art place. And so you sit down in your gaming chair and you're like, I want a game, but you're like, but I should do art. But your brain is like, but I want a game. It's, you know, this is my gaming spot. I can game. And it's hard when you don't have that distinct separation. I know a lot of people who do art, you know, professionally, they will have like a separate room or an off-site location, like a rented apart studio place where they can go in and do art. I think separating your play from your art is super important. I don't do that. So me, it's more about the time. Like, this is art time, which is like streaming. And so when I sit down to stream, it's art time. I'm not playing games on stream. I don't think I've ever streamed games. And so that's kind of the way I separate it. But I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to do it. But what about you guys? Do any of you struggle with that? The separation between art and games? And if so, like, what do you guys do to solve that problem? I don't think of myself as somebody with, like, amazing self-control. Like, I don't really believe in willpower. I mean, I don't think I have like great willpower or anything. I just don't do things if I think that, like, I try to differentiate between like things that I think are okay and things that I don't like. Like I basically will just not do a thing if I think it's gonna be bad. Or if I think if I know that I'm someone who struggles with a certain thing, I just like, oh, I'm just not gonna play a different game. Like, I'm gonna stick to just a couple games. Or if I'm gonna play a game, I'm gonna make sure I beat it before I move on to the next. Or same with like a book, right? I'm not gonna start a book and stop halfway through and jump to a new book and then jump to a new book. Because I know that's a habit that I'm not gonna be able to like break once I allow myself to do that. And so I set this hard rule and be like, I'm sticking to the rule, right? Kind of like with stream. I say I'm going to stream this day. Well, then I'm going to stream that day, right? Employer calls me and says, hey, we need you in to work. And I'm like, sorry, I have other plans. You know, I have stuff going on. I can't. if they were to ask like, oh, what do you have going on? I wouldn't tell them. But even if I did tell them, it'd be like, sorry, it's stream. I've made a commitment, right? Like I treat it like it's super important. I will not schedule things that conflict. And it's, you know, even if it's slightly inconvenient, that's too bad because streaming is important and it's going to happen because I've said it's going to happen. And I think the same is true with like personal stuff. So like if you want to schedule drawing time, I'm not as good at this, but like if you make something a schedule, like I think the part for me of like making something a schedule isn't just saying you're going to do it and then do it, but it's like making sure that you have cut something else out, because you can't just add things, right? You can't just add things to your schedule because you only have so many hours in the day. And so for me, it's like the mental space that it occupies is a time slot in my day. And it's like, that's just what I'm doing that day. I don't even think about it. It's the same as if like, it's the same feeling for me as like when I have an appointment. You know what I mean? Like if you schedule, let's say a doctor's appointment at Wednesday at 3, and someone is like, hey, can you come hang out at 2? And you're like, sorry, I have an appointment at 3. Maybe after, right? Like that same feeling that would occupy in your mind is how I occupy like stream, right? It's like I can't do something at 11 to 3 p.m. because that's stream time. And so I think if you can do that with art, where you're like, this is the time I have an appointment to do art, and it occupies the space as like, this is my work, or this is an appointment, this is important, and you can't skip it. Like you just can't skip doing it because you've made it important. And I don't know how you elevate it in your brain to make it that important. For me, it's just the accountability of like, I'm gonna be live and there's gonna be people here. But I think that's a tricky thing. Lemsil says, I generally just don't allow myself to play until I get work done for the day. That's a good way to do it. What do you do, though, when you, like, do you always have work that you have to do? Like, with, I'm assuming, art? Like, what if you just don't have work? Like, is it just personal work? And you're treating it as, like, this is super important work that I have to get done? Because I feel like a lot of people who struggle with that, I always tend to hear that like that's the struggle, right? Is like, how do you treat your art as like actually important, right? Like how do you have the self-respect to actually treat your art as important, even though to you it might feel like, you know, having fun and doodling. Right? Like, because it's a hobby, and how do you give your hobbies the, you know, that level of something? I don't know what I'm trying to say. See, I definitely don't always do art before games. I will play games like first thing in the morning. But that's also because I know that I have art time blocked out in terms of stream, right? And because I know art time I have an appointment for it and it's going to happen, I'm happy to play games up until the appointment, right? It's kind of like if you had if you had like a dentist appointment, would you not play games in the morning? Well, sure, go for it. Play games in the morning. But you still have to then be done and leave to go to your appointment. So maybe you have to get ready 30 minutes, 40 minutes ahead of time. You know, do what you need to do, eat, do all that stuff, brush your teeth, and then make sure you leave on time, and you're still going to make your appointment, but you should be allowed to play games first. That's how I am. I just treat it as like a schedule. You try to draw every day, and if nothing comes out, then I sometimes game. If something comes out and I'm involved enough to just keep going. Oh, that's a good way to do it. I agree, making drawing a routine is very important. See, I don't do it every day, but I do it enough that it is a routine. That's true. It is definitely a routine, even if it's not every day. In fact, it's so not every day that I don't even think of it as routine. I think of it as an appointment or a schedule. Whereas if you just did it every day, it would be like, oh, gotta do my dailies. You know, gotta do my daily sketching. Have you ever tried doing daily paintings? Hmm, not really. Maybe. If I have, I haven't succeeded. I don't think so. I mean, maybe for like Inktober type stuff or like those sort of monthly challenges. I don't even think then. I don't like the idea. I like at least a couple of days a week where if something comes up, I can schedule it in, right? Like if you know my grandma calls and like, hey, can you have lunch or dinner or whatever, and it happens to be at a time where I would be doing the thing, I can be like, I can on Friday, right? Like I want to have a day where I don't have those plans so that I can sort of improv things, right? Or like just do it on a whim. And I can, as long as I know ahead of about a weekend in advance, I can always slot it in that day, right? There's always something. Now, I'm generally not busy, so I don't like making plans. But I still don't like having a totally fully booked up week. Like every single day I have to do this. Also, it probably, I think the reason I struggle with that is because I don't have like a super set sleep schedule because my work schedule flip flops. So I can't say every day at 8 a.m. I'm going to do a thing. Well, I can't because some days I'm at work at 8 a.m. Other days I'm not at work. I'm at work at 3 a.m. And then other days I need to be asleep at 8 a.m. because I have to, I just got back from work and I need to take a nap before I stream or something, right? Like my sleep schedule is so chaotic that I can't do a set time every day. And so I'd have to have different time, different days, and that's too much. So I just stick to like stream schedule. I could add like another stream schedule though, or another day. It is interesting to think about though. I would say that maybe the closest I've gotten to sketching every day isn't actually sketching every day, but it's I think I'm on I mean it's not like a strict every day, but it's nearly every day. I do take time to like look at art, if that makes sense. I know it sounds kind of lame, but like or engage in art communities of some sort. I actually don't do it as much as I used to, but like even on like an art subreddit on Reddit, where it's just like like responding to art conversation posts and thinking about art or actively looking on ArtStation or DeviantArt or wherever Instagram, making sure I retweet one person's art or find some art that I like and retweet it or something. Just like doing something to where or critically look at something and try to name a thing that you appreciate or that you like about a certain piece of art, right? Just something that's a little bit active, that's not completely passive, so that like you're actively sort of going through some of the mental process of like critiquing, thinking about concepts, sort of building on what you know in some way. I don't think it has to be pen to paper, but it could be collecting reference material that does a very specific thing to where you actually have to think about like what are you looking for and why. Or or maybe it's like there was a while where I would do like daily like watching architectural videos on YouTube, just different styles, architectural history, things that will inform my knowledge about a topic that I want to learn about. So it doesn't have to be pencil to paper. It could just be learning a topic, but building on what you know. That's not just passive, but that's actually a little bit active, and you're making choices and like, this is what I want to do today. But I don't do that every day. I've actually kind of stopped. I should probably get back into that, because I think that was a good habit that I had. I'm trying to get better at drawing landscapes, but after an 8-hour workday, I'm usually a bit tired, so it feels like your progress is slower. Yeah. Yeah, if I'm super tired, I'm definitely not doing any art. And I think that's the struggle for me is, I mean, kind of going back to what I'm saying, I don't think you need to draw every day, but I do think if you can, like, it's much easier for me to commit a little bit of time daily. It doesn't have to be at the same time, just for like a mental thing, kind of like doing your daily Duolingo. I don't know if you do Duolingo, but like it doesn't really matter when you do it as long as you do it. And it doesn't have to be a long. It could just like 5 minutes. And I think even something like that with art, where you're just engaging in the art type of thinking, right? You're thinking about perspective and form, or light and shadow and color and something, right? Big, medium, small shapes, just some art concepts that you're sort of, how like the people make the analogy of like building those pathways in your brain is like, driving down a road or something, and you're making the road well worn so it's easier to drive down next time. Like you're just basically just going over different paths every day. It doesn't have to be the same path, just you're thinking about art in an art way of thinking. That sounds really stupid, but it's like if you don't even think about art, I feel like the because like thinking about art is a very particular way of thinking, right? Like it's not just, oh, that's a pretty picture. It's like, what about that thing? How did they make it? What is the, what's the structure of their painting? Or how did they, like, paying attention to the forms they drew that are interesting to you. Just something, right? There's always some, like, art things that is different than just like looking at a thing and saying, oh, what a pretty sunset, right? That's not how I look at paintings. I mean, I can, right? But like if I'm trying to learn from them, it's not, oh, look at the sunset. It's, what different hues are there? Are there gradients? Where's the darkest part? Where's the lightest part? What is the gradient like? Is it from, yellow to pink, or is it from pink to yellow, or is it from red to blue, or like, is there blue in the sunset? Maybe. Just making note of things mentally so that you can understand them and remember, right? Maybe in your head, sunsets don't have any blue at all, right? Because they're all orange and red. But if you actually look at sunsets, maybe you'll notice, hey, a lot of them actually do have blue sky visible. They don't have to be strictly yellow and orange. And like just making note of observing critically, it can be exhausting, but it doesn't have to be more than like, a couple minutes, right? It could just be like literally 30 seconds, just something where you switch into that mode a little bit. It's definitely not, it is exhausting. It is mentally taxing, right? And that's why I think a lot of people just in their life, they never do it. I mean, especially if you don't do art. Hey, Joe, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, Arthur. But yeah, I think also for me that thinking about things in a different way, I think especially, maybe not even especially, but for me with environments especially, because a lot of times when you see art advice, it's not in like relation to environments. In fact, it's not. Environments are just like combining a bunch of things. Right? It's like, to me, environments aren't different than drawing any other subject. Right? It's the character art, for example, I think is super relevant to environments. Right? You still have story, you have you know, details that tell a story, but you also have silhouettes that can tell a story. You have gesture. You have all the parts. All the parts you would have in environments, or in characters you have in environments. Pretty much everything, there's an, at least there's an analog for it, or there's an analogy for it. So it may not be you know, an expression, but if you have things like, you know, accessories on your character, there's the same with like accessories on a character, right? Maybe you have like, you know, a big mountain or something. That would be like the big character. But then you have things like tracks and, you know, a rock slide that's fallen down, or like an animal laying under a tree, and like those are like the accessories. It doesn't have to be the focal point, but they're things that show what that character's about, right? What is that environment like? Who lives there? What's going on? What are the colors? What's the vibe, you know? Like all those things, it tells that story. And then you have compositional things with big, medium, small shapes, and, you know, directing the eye. All of that's the same. I mean, arguably that's even easier in environments, but like I think like a lot of that stuff's just like, how does it apply to environments? Because like yeah, most of the stuff that you learn environments from, at least for in my experience, aren't like specifically about environments. But also, I'm not super pro at them either, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. Trying to add some light down here, some bluish light. But yeah, I think for environments, the big thing is like depth, just depth, foreground, midground, background, you know, overlapping shapes, which is what foreground, midground, background tends to be, right? Otherwise, it would just be one plane. Like this, for example, this water, if there weren't things in front of it, it would literally just be one thing, right? It would just be a ground plane. But because I've broken it up and I've put stuff in the middle of it, right now it is a foreground, midground, background. Right now the water has a distinct foreground area. It has a distinct background, or yeah, midground kind of. I don't know. And it has another area back here, right? So like before it was all one thing, but now I've broken it up. And there's like this area, and then there's the spot behind it. So you basically have 1, 2, 3 right there. Right? You have foreground, midground, background. This stuff's in the midground, and then you have the backgrounds behind it. And so you have these overlapping shapes. And to me, that's just like, that creates depth automatically. In fact, I don't think you can do that without depth. Here, let me make a new file. File, new. I don't know. I think environments are like on their surface. Again, not all environments are the same. Obviously, there's complicated ways to draw them. But I think at the most simple, right? An environment that is most simple is just like 3 objects with something you know, adding depth. That's an environment, right? 3 trees, 3 characters, even 2 characters. But like if you add foreground, midground, background, right? You could overlap these things distinctly. You could just give them shadows, but you don't even have to overlap them. Just creating space, right? Creating sort of a perspective. You know, you could do it more linearly if you wanted. You could do something like this, but that's not going to be as exciting. You know, that would be a scene too. You know, these are all environments and they're just triangles. I've added a little bit of a ground plane so you can tell that there's supposed to be sitting on the ground other than just being, you know, floating abstract geometry. But, you know, even this, you added just the horizon line. Already that's an environment, right? Give them a little bit of shadow or something, or ground plane. Like that's an environment. Make these shapes a little bit different. You know, maybe like something like this. instead, and now suddenly they're three mountains, right? Or, make one of them a slightly different shape, like a tree or something, and then this one is a different shaped tree, right? And this one is, well, still yet another shaped tree, right? And like now we have a full environment, right? Extend those shapes past the scene, right? Have them overlap, and like to me, environments can be extremely simple. They can be as simple as three stick figures or two stick figures. So yeah, I think, but that's a concept where like we all know that overlapping shapes and characters are good, like they people talk about it with like the arms and foreshortening and showing, T curves or whatever they call them, like shapes that overlap that show like something is, this form is going behind this form, like, that's people talk about that all the time. But it's the same with environments. Anyway, that's my random tip for the day, which is like super basic and I've mentioned it a million times. Let's add some brightness. But yeah, no, it's definitely hard to make time to like learn stuff. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to, how much time I'd be able to put into art if I had to do 8 hours a day at work. I sort of made the intentional choice of cutting back my work hours a little bit so that I can spend more time doing art. And then I had to stay accountable, otherwise I'd be lazy and not actually do the art. So that's kind of why I started streaming, and I think it's been nice. That's not to say that I've learned art quickly by streaming. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think streaming probably has made me learn art kind of slower, other than the fact that I've actually done the art. Whereas, like, I don't know if I would have stuck with it if I didn't stream. So it's hard to say. It's one of those things where I don't feel like it's optimal, but it's better than not doing it. And I'm not sure if I would have done it if I wasn't streaming. In fact, it was very much not optimal. But it is fun. I do love streaming. Okay, do I like this? I tend to go by the most optimal routine is the one that you can stick to. Yeah, exactly. That's how streaming has been for me. Cuz like there are days where, like, for example, there's been days where I will take off work. Not very often, but there have been where I'm like, I'm just gonna, use up a sick day, or I'm gonna use a vacation day, and I tell myself like, oh, I'm gonna get all these things done. I'm gonna be productive. I'm taking off the day of work to get some important things done that I need to get done, and then I don't do them, and it's like, I'm not like mad at myself really, but it's like I had the time, I just didn't do it, and so, it feels like I let myself down a little bit. And I don't like that. And I feel like when I leave myself to just like my own willpower of like, if I feel like it, then I'll do it, then I just won't do it because I'm not going to feel like it. And so I have to have some sort of mechanism in place where I convince myself that it's not just that I'm going to do it, but I have to do it. I've committed to it. It's important. And I think with streaming, I've done that somehow. Okay, I don't like this. Something about this, these shapes feel like they're segmented. Or I feel like they should be segmented somehow. Like adding some... I'm gonna try to do some some optical illusion stuff. If I add little chunks here that create overlap, or like here. Oh, I should do this on new layer. Oh, I can't. Okay, let's do this. If I do this, this might help me with the overlap, because then... Also, this feels very chunky. This doesn't feel chunky enough. Oh, that's a problem. I just realized this width right here is like wider than that. Yeah, my perspective's all off. This should be wide. It doesn't feel very wide. Maybe that's what... Maybe I need to move this forward. That. Still feels weird. I think also the reason it feels so weird is I don't have enough shapes. Like, these are just big masses. But some simple shapes like this will go a long way. So if I draw something like this... Right, like, here's another shape. Another shape up here. Just little, yeah, just shapes like that that kind of make things pop out. Also, this should probably be in the middle. It's really, really simple. But yeah, I think this kind of thing is super useful. There's this image that I have. Where is it? Pure Ref image. This one. I don't know if you guys can see this. No, you can't. This. So there's these like little structures like this. All these little thingies that stick up, right? They stick up here. There's little overhangs. I feel like that makes it so if I goof up perspective, it'll be okay because they're basically introducing overlap. Right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to do is introduce some overlap. Go up over the... like this. more lines here. Just, it doesn't have to be consistent. It's just things that gonna add texture and depth and, you know, little nooks and crannies and stuff like this. And maybe there's some little dark spots in here. Just little like details that kind of, I don't know. They add variety and shape and texture that is maybe is forgiving, right? I feel like, because I think Disney does that, right? Where like in their buildings where they make the floors uneven and it's hard to tell scale because like things have different sizes and scales, and you have, you know, like a level here, and you can't just measure with your eyeballs, right? You can't say, oh, if here's a, you know, if here is a window, then here's a window, here's a window, here's a window, right? You can't measure things like that because everything is like weird. You might have a window here, and instead of having a floor here, you'd have another floor here. And it's like, now you can't measure this side to that side because they're not in line. And so you have this, like, these weird optical illusions. It's really hard to tell scale. And I think we can use that to our advantage when doing architecture, is by just making things more complex. I think when they're too simple, it's too easy to compare, right? So like, here's a good example where like it's easy to compare this building to that building, but what if I made this building, you know, twice as tall? Well, now it's a little harder to tell because they're not in the same height, so of course that one's going to be smaller, right? In fact, actually, like if I make one of these a little taller. Maybe this one? I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of little optical tricks that you can use when doing architecture like this, which is probably a little cheaty. It's not, you know, ideally you would just draw it accurate the first time and not have to like fudge things. I also don't like that these things feel like they're too close to each other. Maybe some atmospheric perspective. Maybe not. I don't know. What am I doing here? Do I like this? I guess I could go more atmosphere. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Maybe a little bit back there. I mean, it kind of makes sense for like a massive building. A little bit of atmosphere. I don't want to lay it on too thick. I feel like that is one of those things where it's easy to use as like a crutch because it's just easy to do. Okay, let's try some stuff. Let's try an overlay. I don't know if this is going to look good, but I'm going to make it a little bluer. Now this is very blue, but I think, you know what's funny? Despite me liking color and thinking I'm okay at it, especially in the early stages, I'm not good at color correcting. Like, I think I'm good at, like, picking a color or early on and then having them work. But if I don't have them work, it's hard. I find it quite difficult for me to color correct. Partly because I think the tools that I'm using, I'm not sure how to use them properly to like to color correct. And a lot of it comes down to like what mood and vibe do I want. And I think if I don't know that, then it's really hard. I don't think I want to go this saturated. I think it's too much. Yeah, that's too much. What do I want to do here? Very, very gray is the sky. What if I do this? Multiply. I think this is not what I want to do. Making everything feel dark. Dark and moody. Trying to add some reflections in here. But not with like your normal reflections, but just add reflections of like the darkness and lightness. So like the sky is bright back here, the sky might be bright down here. But not actually reflecting the buildings themselves that much. I think that works. I don't know. What am I doing here? What if I deleted all this? Maybe? Is that better or worse? I think it's worse, right? I go even brighter back here. I don't think I want it this bright. But let's try it. I'm kind of in the fumble mode. I don't know what you want to call it, but I'm in this mode where I'm just kind of playing around with stuff, seeing how things work. A little bit of exploration. Sort of playing around. Do I like that? I don't want crazy reflections in the water. I find that looks too something. It ends up putting too much emphasis on the water. But I'm okay with some just like brown notes and stuff in the water. But I don't want like a super still water, you know what I mean? I think something like that is better. Where you have like a little notes of color. I don't know. Some people I think go overboard on reflections. And then some people like me probably go underboard. Is that a term? Underboard? It is now. Going overboard is a thing. No. That's just staying on deck, right? Hold on, because it's a ship term, right? So if you go overboard, that's like going over the side of the ship. So you can't go underboard because that's not like staying below deck, I guess would be the expression. I don't think that's the thing. I don't think that's a phrase. But anyway, I do think some people go a little overboard on reflections. Like anytime there's an opportunity to do reflections, they do it, and that's like not how real life works. Sometimes there isn't. Especially, it also depends on how far away you are from the camera and how the water is. Is it turbulent? Is it super still? And the angle that you're looking at. Like, there's a lot of factors. But I think something like this could work. What if we go even darker on these rocks? Like what if they're actually dark stones? And then, of course, they need that blue sky. Also, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just kind of... I feel like some of these stones could be a little brighter, maybe. It's always hard. That's always a hard thing for me. It's like, how bright do I make a dark stone? Like, it's... How shiny is it? How shiny do I want it to be? Like, I don't want to ruin my values. I think that kind of thing works, especially in here. I think we can get all sorts of little highlights and stuff. I might get that might be a little too messy. I don't know. Hopefully not. Now we could go even brighter with like... Oh, this one's in the foreground. It should probably be a touch brighter or higher contrast. I don't actually know if that's a good choice or not. I'm kind of also using like pure black in here. I'm not sure if that's a good choice for the midground. Or maybe I should relegate that to the foreground. I don't know. I think some just random foliage and mossy rocks over here work. I think probably I should start with the darkest stuff here. And then anywhere else I can sort of make slightly less dark. I can fill it in with like a purple or something maybe to like give it the illusion that there's a little tiny bit of warmth seeping in. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna look good. Maybe reds? I don't think it really matters. I think dark is dark. Dark is gonna look okay. But I think it would be nice to have some warmth in here. Fill some of these shadows with purple. Like, rather than having pure dark, or even like a dark blue in here, I can fill it in with like a... I don't know, like a warmer color. Gotta be nice, right? It's gotta be. What if I go like really red? I don't think that's gonna look good. It might. Maybe in like the bounce light area, like these areas where like it's not... You're never gonna get skylight. So any darkness here is gonna be from... Any light that you do see in here is gonna be from the sun. Get like that little red stripe. Actually, that's not a bad idea to do little red accents in here. Little banners. Maybe if I do one big banner, that's gonna look ominous, right? Yeah, we need duplicates. Maybe we 2 there. 2 here. I think I don't want them super symmetrical. Maybe something like that? Nah, that's too bright. Maybe we'll put a couple here too. There, something like that's not bad. Okay, that'll work. So here's our little banners. We can go a little brighter. A little brighter here. A little shadow. Maybe over here we can... I don't know if that's going to be a shadow or not. Something like that. Not bad. Could maybe do some sort of symbol on here, just like to show that there's something. I don't know what it would be. Could be just like horizontal lines. Something really, really... Just some striped banner. Is that a symbol? I feel like that's... I don't want to make something bad. Some unfortunate symbol that makes this place feel like a terrible place. I don't know. There's some simple stripes. I feel like that's... Can't go wrong there, right? I hope not. The old... yeah, the old percent flag. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Percentage. No, you never know though. You could accidentally draw something that you don't want to draw. You know what's funny? I just realized. Maybe I'm wrong. Drawing these lines in perspective is the same as drawing these in perspective, even though the angle is different. Right? Am I crazy? Like, they're almost the same angle. Surely they're... Hold on, is that true? Is a 45... No, I'm just drawing them funky, right? Like, this line in perspective should not be the same angle as that line, right? Am I crazy? Why does it look right to me? Why do these lines... They should be at a different angle, surely. Because they're... Hold on, I've got to do this properly. Let's try something. We're gonna only go 45s. So there's no perspective here. Let's try something. No perspective. Oh, they are. They're both 45. I mean, basically, right? Like, if I were to draw a banner from one angle... Sure, wait, no, there's no way this is the exact same, is it? I mean, it is. No, okay, so I think the way that I drew it... Yeah. But if it was perfectly isometric, it would be. That's so weird that, like, you would think the angle... Like, if you were to rotate a corner, you would think something about it would be rotated. I am. So, yeah. So, like, this angle, imagine you had a banner with a line from the top corner to the bottom corner. And then you were to rotate it this way, right? So now you're staring this face, right? And then you were to draw it again. You would think that because you're rotating this edge... the angle that you actually draw it at would change, but these are parallel. I'm literally drawing two parallel lines. But the illusion, for whatever reason in this view, do you get what I'm saying? Like, normally, like, for example, if I were to draw an ellipse, right, or a circle, I can't just draw an exact circle over here. That doesn't work, right? You have to draw a distorted circle, right? Or if you wanted to draw a plus sign, right? You can't just draw a plus sign over here. No, you have to draw a distorted plus sign, right? This line has to change. But when you're going from at an angle, this line is exactly the same in this particular arrangement, which is like it breaks my brain because it's only this line, like any line this direction, right, in like the red direction, if we're calling it, right, blue stays the same, red is changing. So you would think a line that is half blue half red, right, that's going diagonally from blue and red, right, it's not right, because this is red, right? Or no, that's not right. I guess that's red. Blue would be vertical. Sorry, forgive me. Blue is vertical, right? Vertical lines obviously stay the same, right? But red lines you think is changing, right? So a red line on this side, on this face, you end up having to paint it at a 45-degree angle. But apparently a line that is, say, purple that goes across the angle also is the same. This doesn't work because you have one face that's 100% face on. True, I don't have a face that's 100% face on there. Well, what about this way? Hold on. Maybe you're right. It can't always be true. I mean, this I'm just drawing arbitrary angles. Okay, so here, this angle is not always the... No, see, now it's different. For sure, now, right? Now it's different. You can't just rotate this thing. Vertical is still vertical, but these lines change drastically, right? You can't just draw an angle. But for whatever reason, this setup, you pretty much can, the way I drew this one. These angles look the same angle. I don't know, to me. Anyway, it's not that important. I just thought it was funny, and it broke my brain for a moment. I was expecting to have to draw them at a different angle because I was rotating it, but then I didn't. And like my arm felt like it was drawing a weird angle. But yeah, no, you're right. Changing the angle does matter. I just got unlucky, I guess. I just happened to draw it in a way where they look the same. Or it looks good enough to me. Woohoo, your study is done. Nice. Congrats. Time to game for a bit. Nice. I did a Teamfight Tactics tournament on Thursday, and I lost. I didn't do very well, but it was fun. It was the first time I ever did any tournament in that game, any sort of competitive thing that isn't just like ranked, which, you know, ranked, you can take it seriously, but it's not the same as doing an actual tournament where you have like, you know, predetermined matches and stuff. And anyway, it was fun. I did win my first game, but then I lost very badly in the second game, and then I was knocked out of the tournament. But it was fun. How did you place? So technically I did better than half. But there wasn't that many people. There was only like 80 something, and I think I probably placed like 27th-ish. I don't know. I didn't count. Some more than half. Better. I was in the bottom half of the top 32. So probably like what's 32 to what's 8 times 3? 24? Probably around there. I was in the bottom quarter of the top 32. So I did make it to top 32. But then I got knocked out basically immediately. And so that was whatever. No, but it was fun though. I didn't know really what I was expecting going in. And yeah, I made some stupid mistakes and played kind of dumb, but I'll be honest, I wasn't treating it. What's the format called? I don't know what you call it. So Teamfight Tactics has some weird different things. I don't know of all the format names for Teamfight Tactics because of the way that the games are, where it's like an 8-person free for all. They do different ways. There's different formats. One of the formats that sometimes is done in tournaments will be called like a checkmate system, which I think is probably the most preferable. But what they do is basically you earn points. You play like four games or so, and then once you earn points based on your placement in those first 4 games. But then once you hit a certain amount of points, all you have to do is win a game and then you win. So it's like once you have check, basically, which is what they call it, like you're in check, then if you win, you win. But if you win up until that point, you're just accumulating points faster. And so sometimes like one person will hit check first, or sometimes 2 people hit it at once, and then everyone else in the lobby is trying to stop them from winning. And so then, but they're also still gaining points, and pretty soon then that way it's not like, because there's variance, right? If you just randomly win a game, you want to be rewarded, but you also don't want to just have someone randomly win because they got like lucky and then they win the whole thing. So you kind of typically there's like a point system. So in what the setup that I played in this tournament, it wasn't like super, like official or anything. It was like it was a sponsored tournament by some company, but it wasn't by Riot Games. But there was a point system, but initially the first round or two was not points. It was just, if you're in the top half, you move on. If you're in the bottom half, you're knocked out. And then in the third round, it went to points, and that's where I got knocked out. So, but I did make it to the point round, which was nice. So I don't know what you call it. It's some sort of knockout round. There's a lot of really cool formats that they've done for Teamfight Tactics. It's not like you still have your normal, like, oh, hey Steph, how's it going? Yeah, but it's like a knockout tournament, but with some fairness cooked into it, because you're not typically knocked out immediately. It's like culling the bottom, the bottom quarter each time. So technically, if you do well the first round, you could actually guarantee yourself like 2 more rounds, because you couldn't possibly have it low enough points to be knocked out. So I just did poorly that first point round, and I was knocked out immediately. But had I placed like a little bit better, I would have been like fighting for my life, basically. But if I placed really well, I would have been totally coasting. So it's kind of just like, I think most of the time there's a point accumulation system, which they didn't have in this, so it wasn't as forgiving. This was a little bit more unforgiving. But anyway. Not a big deal. Steph, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. But the 2 strong players can be technically paired in the first game and then one immediately knocked out. No, because it's a free-for-all. It's an 8-person free-for-all game. Because it's not a one. Teamfight Tactics isn't a one-on-one game. It's always 8 people. And that's the thing. Yes, there is random chance in that, like, the 2 best players might go 2 and 3. Maybe one random person who isn't as good as them wins out the lobby, but they're still going to consistently place in the top. So that's why they do like a point system, so that like if you score first, you'll get the most points. Like you'll score 8 points if you go first, and if you go second, you'll score 7, and then 6 and 5 all the way down to 1. And then normally what they do is they have you play like 3 or 4 games to accumulate points before they start cutting you. That way it's like, if you're a good player, you'll on average score more points, and then you'll not be cut. But they didn't do that in this because they because I think they were like, I don't know. It was like a 1-day event, and they didn't want to take too long, so they just started cutting people right away, which makes sense. But it puts a little more pressure on you to do well, I guess. You tried a quick example to see if the difference between the diagonal... Yeah, I think it probably depends. Yeah, you can post a link. I think it depends on the angles that you're drawing it. Steph says, good, just did a thorough clean of your bedroom. You're pooped. I'll tackle the rest of the apartment later tomorrow, maybe? Nice. I need to do some cleaning. I was going to say some spring cleaning, but no, summer cleaning. Although that kind of implies that you only clean once. No. Sorry for the long link. No worries. Let's take a look. I'm trying to see what I'm looking at here. I don't know what I'm looking at. I feel like the geometry's confusing me. Steph says, my apartment's so messy because they were just sleeping during your wisdom teeth recovery. Things piled up. It's funny how that works, though. Like, you don't even think that you use that much stuff in your apartment, but then suddenly it just starts getting way messier. There are two faces overlaid on top of each other, and the difference is between the diagonals. Oh, I see. Okay, so they'd be... Oh, I see. So you took the... Oh, I see what I'm looking at. So you took the two faces extreme versions like this and like this. Like very extreme. And you took these two. So you're comparing these two angles. And yeah, these are for sure different. But yeah, that's quite the extreme setup there, right? Like, this is a very extreme perspective for like a cube where your eye line is in the middle and you're like looking extreme downward and extreme upward. But yeah, I think for me, this one is close enough that these angles, right? This angle of a block and this angle of a block are close enough that these angles end up being almost the same. Like, very, very close to the same. Right? So if I go like this and I move it, well, I'll have to make it a little bigger. But, like, it pretty much lines up. Which is confusing when you're drawing in different perspectives. And yet the line is the same. That's what was confusing me. But I think I just happened to draw it in a way that it works. But yeah, I think, generally speaking, that's not... It doesn't always work like that, obviously. And I think that's what was confusing me, is I was expecting it not to work like that, and then it did, and I'm like, why is it working like that? Yeah, no, I get what you're doing. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect them to be the same always. Where in your world will this place be? So this is just going to be a bridge. I don't know where. Probably here or here. I haven't decided. Probably not here, because these have, like, distinct peaks behind them. So I'm kind of doing, like, the lazy way of this. So I'm sort of doing, like, a lazy person's world building, where, like, I wanted a bridge, but instead of building the bridge to the area that we've already made, which would have, like, distinct mountains behind it, right? Because there would be very iconic mountains because I've already designed those mountains. I'm just now calling it this bridge because there's nothing over here yet, so I don't have to decide what's behind it. So I can just piecemeal it. But eventually I'm going to run into an issue where everything I do is going to have something else in the horizon. So, like, eventually I'll put something here, and then there will be these mountains back here. Or I'll paint something here and there will be a little city here. Or I'll, you know, like, everything I add will have something in the distance, which is fine. And obviously, if I could just do, like, maybe I'll do, like, a, you know, space-time warping where, like, this is a massive ocean, so I could have, like, an island in here and you could never see the, you know, the shore from the island. So like this, because like this is not how big a city's gonna be, right? If this was like a world, right? This is like just an icon that's exaggerated for scale. Um, so yeah. Uh-oh. There we go. But yeah, just a little bridge. Not a little bridge, probably a big bridge with some little buildings and stuff on top. There are a lot of fun shapes. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's kind of silly. It's not really for anything other than just, like, adding to it and maybe making a little bit of... It gives me ideas. It gives me direction. So every time I sit down to paint, I can be like, what do I want to paint today? Let's do something over here to fill in the map. Or let's paint a forest, but let's do... let's make a new forest, something different than the other forest. If this is a certain type of forest, maybe this is yet a different kind. Or let's paint some desert scenes. Oh, okay, let's put something up here. Maybe it's desert with snow, and so we put snowy deserts, like sand and snow. That could be a fun combo. So maybe there's like deserts, but it has like, sand dunes covered in snow, and it has a neat yellow, orange, and white color or something. I don't know. Lots of options. It's kind of like in Dark Souls, whenever you're exploring one area, you can see another area in the distance. Yeah, I mean, that's just like general video game, like RPG stuff, right? It's not unlike real life, where if you're in the mountains or in the forest, right? You could be lost in the forest for days, and all you see is forest. Or like in Minecraft, if you're in a one biome, you can see the other biomes. You're never that far away. In MMOs, you can see, you might be in the town, but you can see a farm out in the distance and a big mountain peak with a town or a castle on the top of the mountains. And then over to the other side, you can see a desert. It's like, okay, you can just see everything. Like, that's not how real life is. But it gives you points to, like, I want to go there, right? Like, you could be in one spot and say, I want to go over here, or I want to travel over here or here, and you can kind of see where your destinations, and it gives you sort of direction, and it gives you goals, right? It's just like, it makes traversing the places more exciting because you kind of know where you're going because you can see them. So yeah, I like it. I like these condensed maps. I think they're fun. Not really sure what's going on up here, though. This painting I could probably spend multiple days on. I don't think I want to. That's another thing that I'm doing with this little thing, is I'm not treating it super, like, precious. I'm okay with just doing, like, a one-day sketch and then calling it done. Not everything needs to be a finished painting. If there's ever a painting that I decide is going to be super duper important, I can always spend extra days on it. But yeah, I remember there was a video by, it's one of the videos that actually got me into fantasy painting or fantasy art or environments just in general. There's a video by Feng Zhu. And he did it was called, I think it was literally just called like painting a fantasy environment. And he was talking about this concept of like having multiple types of environments in the same painting. Snowy mountains with the rolling hills in the bottom, and bright sunshine shining on the peaks of another mountain or something, right? You have like multiple types of environments all in one scene, and that's just something you don't really see in real life. And he kind of showed examples of it, and I thought it was kind of neat. Yeah, it was like early on in his videos. It was pretty early, probably like 10 years ago. It's a good video. I mean, I could find it, actually. I mean, let's just Google Feng Zhu fantasy environment I mean, it was literally just like one of the Design Cinema episode 40, probably. Fantasy Landscape. It was just like, maybe not this one. Probably not this one, but it was one of these. It was probably like the one right before it, or right after. It was probably like that video. Or, I mean, there was a couple videos all at the same time that I watched. But yeah, those videos were all Armenian churches. Oh, interesting. I don't know anything about Armenian churches. That's cool that that reminds you of that. Do we want poopy clouds? Maybe. I feel like we should have poopy clouds. I don't even know what makes an Armenian church I mean, wait. Isn't... What religion is the... Like, when you say Armenian churches, is it a church of a specific religion? I mean, presumably. What religion are we referring to? Because, like, in the U.S., right, if you have, like, a Catholic church, it's probably going to look different than, like, some other, you know, than, like, a mosque or something. Do we even have mosques in the U.S.? Yeah, I guess we do. So, like, we're going to have... Different things are going to look different, right? Because there's typically... It's inspired by certain cultures and stuff, so, like, kind of depends on what the religion is, because it's going to look a little different. Generally. So just the fact that it's in Armenia is it's gonna look a certain way? Huh. Christian, you guess? Okay. Is that implied when you say church? Because, like, I guess you have, like, temples. If it's, like, Buddhist, it's temple, right? If it's, like, it's Muslim, it's gonna be, like, a mosque, right? Or, no, who has the mosques? And then you also have, like, synagogues, if it's Jewish, and if it's... Right? So, like, they have different words for them, right? So does church just imply Christianity? I don't actually know. Because, like, every religion has, like, their own word for, like, their holy place, right? Like, their holy buildings. Or their place of worship. So, like, so if someone says church, can you infer that it's Christian? Is that a fair statement? Or is that still just, like, a general term? Because most of the religions I know don't call things churches if it's their place of worship. They call it temple, mosque, you know, synagogue, whatever, right? Church is a 99% Christian. It does seem like it probably... Oh, the other 1% is Scientology. Yeah, probably. It does seem like it's probably Christian if you say church. But I don't actually know if that's true. It could just be my ignorance of other, like, religions that have churches also, right? Like, I don't know enough about it. Like, if I had to take a guess, it does seem that way, but I wouldn't want to state that as fact because it could very well be that that's not the case. But yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm kind of just noodling around. I should probably end stream here because I don't know what I'm doing. Y'all forgot the Satanic Church doing the Lord's work? So I always forget Satanic Church and the Satanic Temple. One of them, I mean, both of them to the most part are like secular things, right? But one of them is like much more like secular, and they're basically just fighting for like equality of like, if one religion tries to overreach, they'll step in and do the most absurd thing and say, hey, if you can distribute your pamphlets in schools, so can we. And then the Christian people are getting an uproar because they don't want satanic stuff. And so they say, no, 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 you can't do that. And they're like, fine, then neither can you. And then that's what they're all about. They want that equality of like, but of course, in their pamphlets, they don't actually have absurd stuff. They have like, be kind to each other, and like they're like just totally good values, and like they don't actually believe in worshiping Satan. They're all about just like secular humanist type things. But one of them, that there's the Satanic Church and the Satanic Temple. One of them is more about like they're not as much just like fighting for like, I don't know, equal rights in religion or whatever, and like consistency. I think they actually have more like, some people are like, I don't know, actually think Satan is a thing. So I don't really understand. Yeah, yeah, the spaghetti monster. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like quote unquote religions that more or less are purely there to challenge like like overreach, where certain religions in the US get uh more rights than other religions, which I think is a cool thing. I think it's fun. Um and I think the Satanic Temple, I want to say, is that. I think the Satanic Church is something different, but I could be wrong. But yeah, yeah, there's all sorts of religions, and like people will, they go and, yeah, most of the time it's pretty obvious, like when it's just a mockery and they're just clearly trying to like have a joke at it. But again, it's like, who are they to judge, right? If anyone can claim something, we believe this because we think it's true, okay? And if you get special privileges because you say that, it's I don't know, I like it. I like it because it's sort of, it challenges the things that we assume to be true, right? Like if we just assume that, oh, well, because it's your religion and people can have any religion and they can do anything, then like, do you just get any rules, or like where are those limits? And they basically are like, hey, we need to figure out those limits. So I do like that. Plus, it's just funny when you hear stories of the things that they'll do, or like the some of the hypocrisy that's been sort of revealed, and that people will walk right into when they don't realize what's happening. The Church of, okay, so Church of Satan is the one that's actually atheist. Gotcha. I mean, on paper they're not, and they wouldn't ever claim they are, right? Because that's the whole point. Is that like they have to have the officially they have to have the, be under the guise of we are a real church because we want the same, rights, and or lack of rights, I guess, in some ways, that Christianity has. Mostly Christianity, but I think all religions. Anyway, I think it's interesting. It's actually really fascinating. Um, and if you actually read, like, if you had to go to their site to like see what they're all about, it's all just like the most wholesome stuff. It's genuinely like, just, yeah, it's just like wholesome good stuff. But the imagery is like scary. If you're someone who believes in like the devil, then the imagery is like kind of scary, because it's just using like the imagery of Christianity, of like Satan and stuff, and so it's like, devil with horns, but like outside of literally just like a picture of like devil and horns and a pentagram or something, there's like literally nothing bad about it. It's just like the most wholesome. uh yeah, it's great. I think it's funny. I wonder if a religion is legally required to believe in a deity or if just code of ethics is enough. I don't know. I kind of looked into that once, and I think there has to be some. I think there has to be some like level of like sincerity because like you're essentially being a non-profit, right? Is the idea. And like you have to have some I think there are some sort of guidelines, and I think if it's clear that it's just a total mockery, I don't think they will allow you to be like an official church. I don't think so. I could be wrong. Maybe literally anyone can. Now, it's obvious that most of the members are not, right? And they all understand what it is. But I think there has to be. I don't know. I could be wrong. I probably am. I don't know much about it, to be honest. It's been a long time since I've known anything about it. Anyway, I'm just doodling. I'm getting ready to end stream. I had fun with this painting. Good world building questions. You wonder if religion is legally required to believe in a deity or just ethics. That is a good world building question, kinda. I mean, I always thought it's interesting. So, like in Baldur's Gate, I think it is, or in D&D, like there are gods and the gods are real. And I always thought it was funny because like it just turns into like politicians basically. Like, oh, which politician do you support? And depending on who you support and quote unquote follow, is the you get the benefits of that politician. So it's like it's literally just politics. Cuz like the gods are real, but also they're just like powerful people. I mean, they're not people, but like they can give you special things, but like that's any sort of super powerful person on earth who you follow and they try to like gain your, like you want to be under their good blessing. It's just like a big like the second gods become real, it ends up being doesn't even feel like religion. It just feels like politics, which I think is funny. Or like a sports team or something that you sort of follow and like, oh, this is my team and this is my team. No, my team's better. But like they literally exist. So it's not a matter of faith. It's just like you're rooting for them kind of. I feel like fantasy worlds where gods are real are really interesting because like the second they start interacting, they're not as fantastical and special and magical as they seem because there's like multiples of them and which god is better and you get to choose and I don't know, it's interesting. Or I think it's interesting. Okay, we're gonna add some light up here. I realize these buildings aren't that special, but they're just blobs. That's okay though. Okay. What else do I want to do? I could probably add some details here of like, I don't know, bricks and stuff. Maybe some lighter areas in the corners, but not all the way across. Maybe that's what we do. I don't really want to do a lot of rendering though. I think it works. Maybe here we can have some additional shapes. Could probably do some spires or something that's a little taller. Maybe there's some trees back here that are taller. I don't know. Something like this just to add some layers of depth. We love our layers of depth. Yeah, I don't know what else I'm doing here. I'm just kind of speeding through this before I end. Maybe this is a mountain over here. Anyway, I think this is a good spot to end. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate it. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. I will watch some videos tomorrow in Discord. I have some art videos saved, I think. I think I can watch them tomorrow. So yeah. 8 a.m. is when I'll watch them. I will screen share. You can recommend videos as well if you have any art videos you'd like to watch. I think we have some already saved though, but I can't remember. But yeah. See y'all. Hope you all have a good one. Take care. And also, we're going to raid somebody. I don't know who, but we'll figure it out.